I have. It's an American dog name, usually. My cat's name is Jupiter.
We are grateful. The compact is renewed.
What do you need? I suppose a noble death fighting the blighted wretches is better than basking in this squalor. They'd better be paying well.
And these elves allow themselves to be herded together in this filth. Why, exactly?
Get away from me, you crazy knife ear! Is that a joke? Just leave me alone.
Spare a silver for a war veteran? Ostagar. Darkspawn took off half my foot. Oh, Andraste, bless you, sir. I won't forget your face. No, I won't.
Wait. I zoned out for like just half a minute and we're to Ottomans enslaving Bulgarians? What the fuck did I miss? No, I don't mind the conversation. I love a little dive into history, but God, oh, fuck.
I wish I could give you something. Everything I owned was lost to looters after the Purge. Not that I had anything valuable to begin with.
It's a plague, so they say. I've seen a few sick people since I've been back, but I don't know how bad it really is.
There are mages from Tevinter here helping to treat it. But there's something odd going on, though. My cousin Shiani could tell you more. You can't miss her. Just look for the angriest woman in the alienage.
I guess so. I'd expect Templars here otherwise. I don't know. You can only find out for certain if it doesn't work. And no one wants to put it to a serious test. Between the Civil War and Ostagar, the city doesn't have enough soldiers left to seal the alienage. And only elves and refugees have gotten sick. I'm sure that if anyone important gets the plague, the alienage will burn.
I guess the plague's been pretty bad. I've seen a few sick people myself, but by the time I got here, it seemed to be under control. There are mages from Tevinter here helping to treat it. But there's something odd going on, though. My cousin Shiani could tell you more. You can't miss her. Just look, could you talk to Shiani? Please. I don't know what's going on here, but I know she's in over her head. Really? I don't know what to say. Thank you. Make her bless you.
The language I speak? Stalkane. Oh, you're not gonna find it. Quite literally. I mean, I could find my dictionary for it at my thesaurus, but yeah, that shit is literal lost media. It was a constructed language. It was constructed language made amongst I think there was 30 of us.
Myra, is that you? Myra?
And yeah, they're all dead.
Oh, it's good to see you again, friend. You were so generous to me before, and these are other veterans.
I'm an orphan.
Oh, and
No, I was part of the development
an
team.
orphan. Please, milady, can you spare some coin? I am insulted. A veteran campaigner am I. And Oli is as bereft of parents as anyone's ever been.
My mom is especially dead.
No need to mention that, Oli. Will you help us?
Do you want me to explain the argument? Okay. Okay, the argument was that games are now getting very bloated. They're taking up a lot of space now. And Ventus was blaming that on the optimization and quality of the game. He's saying that because the quality is so poor, these games are so big, and vice versa. But I was trying to express to him that no, these games are getting more detailed, they're getting more realistic visually, they're trying to up the graphics, and they're adding more features and experiences to games that take up all the space. I mean, it is both. Like there is like it was. Yes, but optimization. But quality optimization is more of a processing issue. It's more of a resource management issue, not so much the actual space that's required for all of the information on the game. And they were relating that to how that now like the whole game doesn't fit on the disc. You have to download things, and there's some things locked off via such like microtransactions, whatnot, that are on the disc. But I was expressing that was a thing much more in the PS3, Xbox 360 era, not so much more now, as all of the stuff that is more purchasable is a download content, not on the disc itself. They switched that up. And part of that is that they need that content to be downloaded in order for it to function and you'll be able to purchase it in the game. Like, it is an issue that the space is getting way too much. And it's a legendary Dark Wolf. But it's far more profitable. Well, it's far more profitable for the publisher to have the game released as a broken mess and fix it later. And that actually extends. Yeah, because that actually extends the time that you spend invested in the game. Because sure, they release a piece of crap, you buy it immediately, you play it, and then you're like, oh, this is gonna be crap, but they're gonna update it later. They give out an update, you come back to it, you play it, and you're like, okay, this is better. Then they update it again, they finish it finally, and you come back again. It's stretching out that playtime for actually less content, and they're releasing it in lower quality. I'm not a fan either. But he was. No, I'm gonna switch you guys' voice to my stream real quick, so then I'm not talking to myself. Continue.
And everything like that. They held a big event here in the CBD. I went to that. It was cool. You know, you get all the bonus content, stuff like that. I thought it was, for me, that seemed like it was worth to do at the time.
Oh, and we're at the Lands Meet Legendary.
Most games, you'd be surprised if I get them within the first 5 years of their release. I'm excited for Tekken 8, but I'm not buying it day one. No chance. No freaking chance.
It's just like he was hard blaming it on the space and saying we should have never visually advanced since 360 era. Like he says it was unnecessary to visually advance since 2014.
I've never been in a rush, yeah.
Kind of shit. Like, of course, like, because I think that's just the thing now. Like, people can't, like, I have a couple things with that because it was a very long conversation. With the size thing, which it kind of ties together, it's all about investors for the games. And shit that's fucking ridiculous is shit like Call of Duty. That game is nearly 200 gigabytes big. Yeah. And you play it, where the fuck is that 200 gigabytes?
Yeah.
You know, it's just, like, you know, just patches and shit that's unoptimized. But that's, like, the reason for it being like that. It's like, there's investors and shit. Like, like, and it's just like, games aren't finished anymore. And, like, there's a whole thing with Baldur's Gate, because, like, hands down, it deserved Game of the Year. It was one of the first games in the last couple years that actually launched.
Like, complete, finished, yeah.
Yeah. And, like, the only games in recent memory that didn't have a really fucked up launch was, God of War, Left 4 Dead, not Left 4 Dead, I'm retarded, Red Dead, and, like, just, like, shit like that. It's like, obviously, like, you know, I kind of dubbed this era in gaming, like, the Dark Age, because, like, this isn't about gaming anymore, it's about money, and it isn't even, like, necessarily about the studios, it's about who's funding the studios.
Yeah.
Because the thing with Cyberpunk is, like, there's a whole stigma of, like the shorter the game is, and, like, long, like, depending on how long the game has been, developed for, it's like, oh, this is an even better, greater disappointment or whatever, and it's like, obviously there's shit behind the scenes. Cyberpunk was going through development hell. It was originally a PS3 game, and then it got ported to the 4, and then they were like, okay, no, we're doing it on the 5, but then they were forced to put it on the 4 anyway.
It was a similar thing with Kingdom Hearts as well, like, it spent 13 years in development. And it jumped platforms a bunch of times.
It was actually free.
And then when Disney jumped in and started saying, "Oh yeah, fine, we'll actually, like, put some money into the game ourselves, but we want this, and this. We want Frozen. We want this. We want that." And they started, like, messing with Nomura's vision a little bit. And, like, when I hear people complain about not liking the game, like, I like the game. There are things I don't like about the game. I like the game enough where I'm like, yeah, this game's pretty good. But it being in development hell for so long, we all developed this image in our minds of what we wanted the game to be, that when it didn't come out and look exactly like we envisioned it, we were just disappointed.
The game development time was actually 3 years,
It's gonna have this, it's gonna have that, it's gonna have a treasure planet world,
like,
it's gonna have a whatever, and then it didn't have those things, and everyone goes, oh no, bad game, bro. Like, you know, there's immediately the...
Yeah, like, I'm not even a Kingdom Hearts fan, but, like, you know, with it being 3 years, yeah, like, obviously it was in production for 3 years, like, officially. But you got to think of, like,
engines too. Like,
like every idea they have. It's kind of the same.
They were using the Final Fantasy 13 engine originally. That they used the 15 engine, and then they switched
Then
again.
they moved to Unreal. Then they moved to Unreal Engine 4 after that, and just
Yeah, and like obviously
they
people
like
can
it.
just point and say, "Look, it took 3 years to make." You know, oh, it's so shit. But then it's like, how long have they been like pondering this and like scrapping ideas and
Yeah,
shit? It's like it's the
they've been
same as the
wanting.
FNAF movie. Like the
Technically,
FNAF
they would have
movie
been.
took
Yeah, technically, they
like
would have
a
been
year.
wanting to build a Kingdom Hearts 3 ever since
Yeah.
they released Kingdom Hearts 2 because Tetsuya Nomura, it's his story, it's his vision. He would have released the second game and be like, all right, I want a third one, but I don't know where to begin, and here we go. Like, when I think of myself as a fellow artist, like I'm making a short film this year, and I think I've had the ideas toying in my head for like a good year, even just trying to figure out what the heck I want.
And yeah, it's just like ideas and shit are different. Like again,
there's
I'll
so
bring it up
much.
again. It's like the FNAF movie. That was in development hell for the better part of like 8 years, and it was only in development for like a year and a half total.
Yeah.
Because like it went through different studios, it went through different writers, it went through different scripts and everything. It's just like
Mario did that too.
Yeah.
Ever since the early 2000s, they were saying, "Oh, we're gonna make a Mario Bros. Movie," and it got to the point where I'd read it in quote unquote gaming journalism magazines that I'm just like, yeah, no, they're never gonna make a movie. And then when they finally did, I'm like, they only did it.
Can we at least like clarify
Begged them now.
clarify one thing with the conversation, the cut that loose end about how do we believe that the size of the game directly is responsible for the performance and quality of the game?
I think it depends on what the project is. If it's meant to be a big game, with
I meant
big expensive
innately,
shit,
fundamentally, because that was his argument. His argument was that the size is directly responsible for the performance and quality of the game. And we no longer had to progress in graphics since the PS3 and 360 days.
I'll
There was
say
no need to, and it was
performance-
unnecessary.
Oh, you knocked me in the wall.
And so one last time, what is the general question? Because I'll just give you the answer right up.
No, that was it. That was it. Because that was his statement. That's what he was arguing for the whole time.
Yeah. So
Whether the
that-
game
so-
being
so-
200 gigs is justifiable in its quality or something like that.
No,
Performance quality.
it's the
It
reason
was
games are now
performance
100 gigs is because they're so poorly optimized. That was his argument. And because they're so
I don't
unwieldy
necessarily agree with
big, the
that.
game can't actually run well.
I'm sure that's a very minor footnote, but
As
think I'll
my
say in
opinion
the-
is that as an ex-game developer who's trying to become one again, they're wholly unrelated.
Yeah. I'll say performance-wise and bigness-wise, obviously if it's a bigger thing, it'll fuck with the performance. But I don't... like, I had it in my head, but then you kept going on with it, and, like, I lost it.
So, in a game, the more you have loaded in and the larger single files you have loaded in, that will slow a game down.
yeah, because it has
But
to
there are
pre-cache
other
all
things
the
like
elements, yeah.
actually just being broken, unoptimized, and not being properly put together that are unrelated to
there we go, okay.
how
okay,
many
so,
things are loaded in and how big
Yeah.
the files are.
So, when it comes to the quality of the game and its size and performance, fuck, I had it again. You kept talking.
They do have factors in the game. Being,
Yeah, no, there's definitely
being-
factors. I think
being
my
good or
opinion
bad,
is
yeah.
the performance of the game with like, the size of it. So, for example, size affects performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a reason why
It can
shit
affect
is not
pre-caching,
great.
it
But
can
like
affect the storage medium if it's playing off of a hard
Yeah.
drive.
But the
can affect
other
those
thing I forget because overload sensory right now I don't agree with.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Mama never came back from Aya.
'Cause
I mean,
again,
when you
it's
talked
like-
about big games and not necessarily games that games that are so big, but then there's no content there. I mean, some of the newest COD games, right?
Yeah.
that are like 200 odd gigs, and then
For example, if
you
like
open it up
Valhalla
and
is
it only
nearly
has
100
multiplayer.
gigs,
Yeah.
you can see why, and like you can excuse that because like they made that fucking game. It is a fucking miracle they actually had that thing running on the PS4 and it still be the same experience for the most
Like,
part.
some games simply are just, like, very large, like JRPGs, and some games have, like, they're
Oh, that
a
didn't
lot of visual
really hit me.
fidelity. Like, one character has hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of polygons with a certain level of detail of textures, and that has to be saved, calculated, and
Yeah, that
that's
shit's
done for every
ridiculous.
single object in the game. Like, I was making an example earlier. I made a map. The map is not even a 4K image. It's in 16-bit. And the map alone is 450 megabytes. If I compressed it in a zip file where it would be unusable, I can make it go down to 150, but you wouldn't be able to view the image unless you
Depending on the
unzip it.
game engine, there's probably ways of optimizing as well. Like I think about a circumstance. I think it
Well,
was in
yeah.
San
Yeah,
Andreas, right? There's that bridge that has like a texture that says this bridge took this many megabytes on the disk or something. I
Like,
think
yeah,
it was
there
San Andreas. One of the
is.
GTA games has that on the bridge. It has the texture and it says, "Oh, this took up." They put up the poster as a joke and it says, "This bridge took us this many megabytes to make," and it was pretty funny.
Well, there's tricks with the engine, yes, to help improve quality. Like, there's different ways of loading in an environment. You can load in the whole environment just up to a certain radius, or you can load in just what the player is seeing, or in the certain direction the player is going. Or do it block by block, or do things like billboards and LODs. But those are different methods of processing, not necessarily like what you're dealing with in the image themselves or the detail of what's in your immediate landscape. But when you look at the actual objects that have to be in the game regardless, it takes up a lot of space. Like, the image I made of the map, it's a single layer PNG. It doesn't have multiple layers, it's just a flat image, and it took up that much space. When I have to work on it, at minimum, it takes up 3 gigabytes of space. At minimum. In the computer, just to work on it.
I think
It doesn't
one
matter
thing
what
with
program you
engines,
use.
and obviously I'm not a fucking like game developer or like an engine developer or anything, but I think back in the day, engines were made for the pure fucking thing of getting everything in there with as little space as possible used.
Yeah, exactly.
And like
you look at
we don't
source,
have
you
that
look at
issue anymore
renderware,
because everyone has a 2 terabyte system. Everyone has all that
Well,
shit, so
that's
they don't,
again a processing issue. Like, engines entirely are just processing what can be loaded in at the current time. That's it. That's all engines
So
actually
obviously-
pertain to. They don't actually pertain to the size of the game itself.
Yeah. But like what I'm saying is like tools and like developers back in the day were kind of cultivated to be like maximize every megabyte possible. And like nowadays that's not a necessary need. Like you just like, obviously you're encouraged most likely to do shit with like as little space taken up as possible, right? But there's no real oh fuck, like you're not sweating over every megabyte anymore. Like so there's a bit
That
of
again
liberty.
is just the engine is unrelated to the space the game needs.
Yeah, but like I'm not. Yeah, like obviously my engine's part of my argument, but it's like I think just as an overall like system, it's like yeah, people are just kind of, well, again, probably crunch or probably different factors. It's just like there's less of a like incentive to save every single megabyte of space and compress and all that shit and do trickery. So that in turn just kind of creates this like big game. Obviously, like if it's like a 200 megabyte game, if you go over it again and optimize it to the utmost ability, you could shave a couple tens of whatever megabytes off of it, or gigabytes, but like it's still going to be big because of like the engine and like all that kind of shit, you know. Because again, I'm not
Even if you
developer.
reuse the same texture in a bunch of places, you're gonna need multiple textures to create some type of imagined image, and it just takes up a lot of space.
Yeah.
Like I said, that one image, it wasn't even 4K, and it fucking took up half a gigabyte.
foreigners have taken dozens of elves into that house over the last few weeks, and none
Yeah,
of
I
them
don't know.
have been
I
seen.
do think like
One of them was our
some of that
harvest,
is down to
Lendry.
like how shit's
And I
done
don't know
differently,
what we're
like
going
how
to do if we don't
processing's
get
done a
it
bit
back.
differently, and like the again like the tools, just like making shit. I think it's
Well,
just a
the
little
only
bit
way
different
that
how it's done.
processing relates is the engine, and that just is like, oh, it needs to pull the information from here, here, and here, and display it.
Ow.
Yeah.
And it only has a certain capacity to display it.
Which one are you using?
Have I ever heard of Arm of Reforger? People creating maps and weapons, but they sell it, people buy it, like someone created the Apache helicopter, sold for $1,000 to be used on a server.
Speaker, but it's not gonna...
Uh,
Why did spawn
yeah, I've heard of that.
I bought a 2-pack of those red ones, so...
Another thing is, I
work,
think
try
it's
the
just
other
like shit is just insanely massive because of like the bid to make everything look realistic and 4K and shit. Old games didn't have that problem. They just made it look as good as they could, and then ship it. And then I guess that just ultimately is like less space, you know?
Yeah, and I'm in
Because
the
again,
boat of better
yeah.
graphics don't make a better game thing.
Yeah.
Like,
And there's like two different kinds of gamers, really. It's like either quality over quantity or vice versa. It's like I could play a game from the PS1 and have a great time, but then, for example, guy next door will fucking hate it because it's all pixelated. It's like, it's just preference, really.
Yeah, and that's what's saying, like, a lot of people have different preferences, and there's a lot of different advancements in different ways. And that's something Ventus was being short-sighted about. He was emphasizing we never needed to progress beyond the detail of that one era of gaming. It was completely unnecessary in his opinion.
And like, yeah, with that, it's like with that, I disagree. Like, I think it's cool that like we're having.
And then when I started
games,
naming
which is
recent
like,
games that have good quality and good graphics and a decent size of like 50 to 60 gigabytes, some of them all 100. He's like, no, I never played it. No, I never played it. No, I don't know anything about it. I don't know what it looks like.
A great example
it's like,
is
how can you
Red Dead
say that
Redemption.
without like knowing even the flagship stuff?
I'm gonna go join a friend of mine.
Like Red Dead Redemption 2, like it's a great game. It's fucking insane how that's 5 years old already, and it looks like it came out this year. Like, technology is fucking awesome with it. And like I think there's a good appreciation for having modern shit and like all that, but I think it's just so oversaturated with this realistic fucking thing. That's why people are clamoring for shit like Crash coming back and like Spyro coming back and Ratchet and shit. People miss like the cartoony shit because it's different now. Like, it's come full circle. It's like the innovation to become more realistic and shit has become so prevalent.
Visually, cartoony stuff is like more timeless. It doesn't age as badly as something that is realistic.
Graphics for the win.
And like, that's just the
It's why
thing.
you
It's
can
just
play
like
Jet Set Radio like 20 years later and it still looks good.
Yeah,
I
and
say
it's also just
stylized
like,
graphics for the win, not just cell shaded. Because just saying
Yeah.
cell shaded is very limited. It doesn't grab the whole scope.
Definitely stylizing them helps too. I mean, I don't play too many modern games to begin with. But
neither.
I
I
do
play
like to
enough.
play games that just have a style to them.
Imperial Highway, there's
And again,
Like,
I think it's just like the
Source and I
I
go on and on about like the Tekken games, and we'll talk. You know, he's like, you know, he grew up on Tekken 4 and stuff like that, and we've talked about how like that game still looks super cool even now.
It's fine.
They're just, you know, they definitely knew how to build like an atmosphere and an aesthetic in that game. That even when you play it now, you can kind of tell that they were going for a.
Which flies in the face of our statements because it's actually like a game that was aiming for realism.
Yeah, it's just depending on how people make the game. That's why I'm like different people have, like different tricks to the trade and like, you know.
No,
how
they
people make
genuinely.
shit
It
back
wasn't
in the
somewhat.
day,
They
you know?
genuinely were trying to make it look realistic.
Yeah, I know.
It's just they
and
sucked
that's what
at
I'm
it.
about. It's like
Namco just looked at their arcade hardware and they're like, okay, cool, we just developed the System 246. Now what can we do with this? Let's actually try and bring Tekken to the next gen. And they did a pretty cool job.
Yeah, it's like
because the
like,
System 16 is like, yeah.
In the hospice on the corner.
Because it's easier to go to like a different game and then go
Was there something
like,
else you needed?
oh, the graphics are blah blah blah, and it's like, well, that's how they wanted to make it, right? Like
Yeah.
that's it. Like if Naughty Dog wants to make fucking Last of Us 2 look like if you put yourself in that world, that's what the world is. That's what they wanted to make. It's like, does it need to be that fucking realistic to make a good story? No, that's what they
No.
wanted to make. It's just like
It is just the artistic.
Some of those highly unrealistic looking games still take up a lot of space.
yeah, and like again, it's just like it's a very odd subject to like try and discuss a bit. Like gaming is itself, there is infinite ways to look at it. Like there's no right way to look at it. It's like
Yeah.
there's no right way to say this is how graphics should be. This is how
That's
big
why
games
my
should
one word
be.
statement is why my one word answer is just both, because it's way too broad
Yeah.
of a subject.
It's just like
And
obviously
that's why I was
have
trying to get him to
preferences.
understand, like, he was being a little short sighted. Because this all stemmed from talking about open goal. And how with open goal, if you want to run Jack 1, 2, or 3 on it, you need an ISO, you need a ROM. And there are people who don't have the tech savvy that want to play these games, that want to get invested in such like open goal, but they have difficulty with being able to get such like ROMs. Even just downloading them, putting them in the right folder, and running the game from the launcher.
Running ROMs is a kind of a gray area anyway, so I'd kind of say like,
Yeah, not even get into the legality of it, but just in general.
No, but like it being a gray area in the first place, if the person doesn't know how to do it, then they're probably not going to be. It's not going to be worth their time to.
Because,
Yeah,
like,
to try and
there's
solve
some
it.
emulators, like the Dolphin one, is plug in and play. Download, open the emulator, run the game, and you're playing. Full on, no problem. But
some shit you
that's
have
still
to
difficult
up
for
from
some
the start.
people.
I think it's just the whole thing of like downloading the emulator and then figuring out your settings and shit. That's what turns people off. And in the case
Well,
of
because
getting
even
like
when you figure out your settings, like then if you want to go play something else, you have to change it again. It's just
Yeah.
not convenient for people.
I think it's just the whole
And that's
thing
where
is,
I
like,
was getting
looking
at. Like,
yeah.
we're not gonna get more people into this unless it's more convenient, unless it's easier for people, more accessible. And he was just like, no, those people are stupid. Too bad for them.
Yeah. I think the main thing with that is just like people reckon it's like this fucking inane thing that's hard. I thought that too. I thought emulating was hard. It's fucking easy. It's just like I think it's
The development of said
it is just like the
was hard, but the actual
yeah.
running it and playing it, they've tried to make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
Because
I
the
think it's
developers
just like the
themselves are
whole
just
like
trying to fill a
casual
niche.
mentality of it and like trying to, because like if you're trying to emulate, you need to have like not exactly like a passion, but just like an interest to be like, okay, I want to know how to do this. Okay, how do I rip my own ISO files? Okay, so I do this and that. Some people just don't have that. Some people just want to play the game and
there
like
are plenty
just
of people who
just get the ROMs, right?
There
And
are
then
plenty
people
of
have the
people who do
morality
not have
issue of
that.
being like, I don't want to steal, even though it's a 20-year-old game. Some people don't have that issue, but it's just like interest, right? 'Cause that was with me. I was like, I like games and old games at that, so I had an interest in emulating and like finding out how to do shit. I was like, oh, how the fuck do I make my own ISOs? Easy. I just put my disk into my external disk drive,
I'm somewhere in
boot
the
up
middle.
image burn, and then burn an ISO file. That's how I
I'm
get it.
somewhere in the middle where some of the games I've played that I've just ripped them myself. So
Yeah,
it's
like
quicker than me
95% of my
trying to
library is
download something
my
anyway.
files.
Like, why would I waste time and internet to download
You know,
something that I
like,
own?
yeah.
But
Oh,
I know I'm the
FYI.
minority because I collect. So
Yeah.
FYI, Naughty Dog, are okay with online download and emulation.
And some developers are cool like that. Like
Sega's actually pretty cool with it.
Yeah, Sega's awesome with that shit.
Oh, Sega
Yeah.
actually encourages it.
Yeah,
Especially
and I'm not
with
gonna
their
be
Sonic
like,
games.
oh, yeah, and there's a whole meme of
When
like,
it comes to the Dreamcast scene, they've always been like, yeah, we don't mind what you guys do, just don't talk to our lawyers. They're like, go. For
They've even been supportive and helped to progress it at times.
yeah, I mean, like it's over said and done, but Sonic Mania was ROM hackers who are hired to do that. And
Yeah.
it's like that's cool. It's
It literally was a fan game, and it was possibly the best Sonic game made.
Yeah, and definitely in recent memory. Yeah, like I am a Sonic fan, and like the thing with me, I'm a fan of shit, but I'm not like that fucking into it. Like I'm not part of communities or anything. I'm a Sonic fan.
I'm the same with
and
Sonic.
like
I love
obviously,
the Sonic games, but I'm not part of any like community.
Obviously, if anyone says they're a
whatever.
Sonic fan, you think, oh, and just anything you've seen on the internet. But it's like, nah.
I think of my arcade mate that I talk to, and like he's a Sonic fan, but like I know that we both like Sonic in the same way, that he's just kind of this cute little hedgehog character that goes fast, and that's kind of the extent of it. We're like, yeah, Sonic is
Yeah,
cool.
because like I
And
grew
it's
up
not
with
like
Sonic, so,
it's
like,
not like
obviously,
ew, like the thought you just had, the Sonic OC people, like
yeah, because like
you were thinking of
I
that.
grew up with Sonic, right? Like, so obviously I have some like memorabilia and shit, just because it's cool, right? Like I don't get everything I see. I was like, oh, here's a fucking figure of Chaos. That's cool. I'll have that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like
for me, Sonic. For me, the interest in Sonic games definitely even came from like the 6th gen. You know, like PS2, Dreamcast, that kind of stuff. That's where it started for me.
there's also the meme of like fucking
And also,
like
I watched the TV show a lot as a kid, so I was like, yeah, Sonic is there.
and there's also the meme of like the icon for internet girls was like Hello Kitty or some shit, right? And then you have like the the fucking like internet personification for like boys growing up with Shadow the Hedgehog. And I agree with that. Shadow's lit. I don't care what anyone says.
Shadow is cool. I'm also gonna jump.
I'm a
jump on
Shadow
that hill and
girl.
shout it.
I love me some Shadow.
Yeah, dude. Shadow's lit. One thing which is like, Sonic fanny about me is like, yeah, like I pay attention to the games a bit, and it's like it could be better. The games aren't great.
Just from a character design perspective, I think Shadow is just a well thought out contrast to Sonic. Like I know it sounds like nowadays people might go, "Ooh, that's cliche" or whatever. They need to think about when Shadow was made. And it's just it's character design 101 though. If you're gonna make like an opposition to Sonic, you're gonna the thought of Shadow is like, oh, he's got the protruding spines, he's got the stripes going down. He's black instead of blue. He's red. Red is the contrast to blue. Like it's normal character design 101 type stuff that I studied. Like it makes perfect sense.
And like the reason why old Sonic fans like him is because he wasn't just edgy. He actually had a character, and like he was
He does have a personality. Yeah, they actually build a
like
backstory
in
about
newer
like
games. It's just kind of whatever. Like as soon as like he died in Sonic Adventure, and like he was brought back as like an android meme. Like he just has no character anymore.
Yeah.
And that's just the thing. Now he's just like, I'm rival, haha, I'm evil. And that's in every single like media now.
Yeah, they definitely pulled the trope after the fact.
Mm.
Just the reverse flash or the
It's like I'm you but better, Sonic. I can do things you can't, and it's like, oh,
I'm you
can't
but darker, yeah.
Oh, no, I guess I'll team up with you, but only because we have to.
Shadow used to be more deep than just being the darker
Yeah,
Sonic.
and that was cool, and like that's what I like about him, like or liked about him, and like his voice, like I like Jason Griffith as Shadow. His Sonic was kind of iffy, but his Shadow was cool, because like it was like kind of edgy, but like yeah, Shadow could be a cooler character than he is, and like he was a cooler character.
Like they even though like they killed off Shadow, but Shadow was super popular, so they brought him back.
Yeah.
They had an interesting story going, and they flubbed it.
And like the direction it was going was kind of interesting. It's like because it started with Heroes, and then it went into Shadows game, and then it just kind of evolved from there. It's like.
Well, they did the reveal in Shadow's game that it was the real Shadow, not a robot made by Eggman.
I think it depends on what the ending you get.
No, it doesn't. There's a final episode once you get the 10 path endings, and if you spend 10 minutes in it, Eggman will actually
I
admit
never
the
saw the
truth
shadow.
and let him know that he's actually the real Shadow.
But he just has like amnesia for some reason.
Well, he
Oh,
did
yeah.
fall from orbit.
Owie, Kira, jeez, mate.
He did fall from orbit, and he was put in a pod until he was released in Heroes.
That's cool, because, like, no one fucking knows that, really. Like, everyone just has the assumption that he's just an android now.
Well, actually,
But, like, not really.
Rouge did, and that's what's fucked up.
And, like, again, like, that's a very interesting fucking thing. It's like, you think you're not you, but you're actually you. But you have that stigma in you that's like, I'm not actually me, like, and you're soul-searching shit, but you just forgot shit. It's like, you know, like, that's interesting, but it just wasn't done well. Like, it was revealed in an offhand fucking, like, dialogue. You know, like, that's the shit that I hate.
Like, when you think about Black Doom's involvement, do you think Black Doom would really, like, commit himself to an android, a fake made to imitate the original Shadow, as much as he did?
I think it was like Shadow was created from Black Doom's DNA, right? But then he
The
was,
original
like,
Shadow, yeah. But if the Shadow currently in that game was really a fake Shadow, an android, do you think Black Doom would actually commit to convincing him to join him?
Probably. I was gonna make the
Like,
argument is, like, he
Black
probably
Doom
didn't know
can
that
sense
Shadow
and keep track of all of his black arms at any given time and see through them. And that's because they share a blood.
I think it was, like, how I kind of think about that. Obviously, it's just fucking headcanon meme. But I think it was just like, Black Doom didn't think he was dead ever. And kind of tried to use the fact that Shadow didn't remember who he was and everything to try and manipulate him into, like, doing that shit with the whole, if you give me the emeralds, I'll show you the truth. And obviously the truth wasn't the truth. He was just going to be like, yeah, you're my son, well now rule my kingdom with me. But, like, yeah, just like that kind of thing. But no, it's like, I like the black spiky hedgehog. I don't understand the blacky hedgehog. I don't understand all the lore, as I like to.
You've lost me for the last 5 minutes. I'm kind of
Exactly, dude. Sonic Law's fucking just stupid. I'll just say that. Like, it's just
it can get pretty
There's
wild.
so many convolutedness.
Yeah.
The only real fucking timeline is like Sonic Adventure, and then you can arguably go into Heroes.
Yeah.
You know, like those three are just kind of a thing. Like,
Actually, I have a video for this.
I don't think I've
have
played
a
any newer Sonic games, to be honest. What was, like, I think the last, like, modern Sonic game I played might have been Riders. Like, I haven't really played much of the new
Riders
ones.
is goated.
Riders is
I have.
fun.
Did you know that there's still an active scene for Sonic Riders online?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm part of the game.
I still remember.
Wait, you're in that Discord server?
I'm in a couple of them. I just don't.
No, there's an official Discord server. They have like a custom Dolphin engine and everything. You are Extreme Gear.
Yeah.
How did I not know you were in Extreme Gear?
Oh no, it just never came up in conversation. Look, the thing is, like, I would be keen to, like, actually get into it and everything, but it's just like I just don't know how exactly to fucking get it up and running.
Oh, I can help you with that.
I just have memories of sitting on TeamSpeak with my friends and hearing.
Yeah, which one is it?
If you get what I mean by that.
Yeah, there's Extreme Gear Labs and Riders Competitive that I'm part of.
I'm really trying to find that video of the timeline that I watched because it's actually like the best well-made timeline, explaining how things are set up.
Yeah, because like the only other like actual like kind of consistent timeline is weird is like the new shit. Like, you have Forces, and then Mania is technically part of the fucking whole new storyline, and then you have Frontiers. So I think it goes something like Mania, Forces, and then it goes back to Mania, and then it goes to well that's just itself because it's like with like the encore mode, like the Mania Plus, like it kind of continues from Classic Sonic, going back to his timeline, which is fucking stupid by the way. Because I like Generations. Classic Sonic then was just Sonic from like back in the past. Now he's just from a different universe now. This is stupid.
No, he's still he's past Sonic, but like there was a split.
Yeah, but like that's what I mean. Like
freaking convoluted.
Exactly, dude.
And
like
the split actually happened. It happened before 06.
This is what I mean. I don't really care for the lore, to be honest. Like all this other stuff is too bloody confusing. It sounds like what they've done with like bloody Marvel junk. You know, oh, let's have all this multiverse. This happened in this timeline and that timeline. I'm like, bro, I don't care.
Dude, like some characters are actually disputed what their origins are. Like fucking Blaze and Silver. No one knows exactly where they come from. Because like in 2 different games they were introduced for the first time and they were different.
Well, that's part of like the split. The idea is that Blaze will always come from a different dimension, the Soul Dimension. But in one line, in one line, she does come to what is essentially the future and meets Silver. In the other line, where that future doesn't happen, is where she meets Sonic in her own dimension, and she's searching for the Soul Emeralds with Nega Eggman.
Yeah, which is the whole thing. And like with Silver, obviously he was first introduced in 06, and introduced for the first time and everything, and he was like, I think he was from the future in both renditions, but in 06 there was that, but then in the PSP game like Rivals, he was reintroduced for the first time again. Even though canonically that happened after 06, and he was just like, I'm from the future, I've never met any of you. So it's just like the kind of premise is the same, but no one knows whether or not to count Rivals as the entry point or 06. But I think everyone just says 06. Yeah. Again, it's like, I don't pay, like, I don't know. I guess it's just me in person. It's like, if I actually like something and invest in it, I'll find out a bunch of shit about it. But, I don't know. I don't really care about it.
I don't know. Sonic people just seem so convoluted. I mean, like, I've been thinking over the past couple of weeks, like, I know that Tekken lore can get pretty weird. But at least with Tekken, it's just a little fighting game. Like, you don't really have to. You don't have to pay attention to this stuff if you don't want to. It's just a fighting game at the end of the day. Dude punch other dude, like yeah.
Consistent Sonic story.
Like there,
like it spans like 3 games or something. Again, which is kind of what's happening now, but like a proper
like you only know what's canon in Tekken based on what the next game says.
Yeah.
It's pretty much they take certain endings.
You don't need to know the lore to enjoy the game. I just kind of like went through and just picked out some of the characters I liked and learnt their backstories, and that was enough for me.
Yeah, same.
And again, Tekken 4 does a really good job at like kind of setting up the backstories for a lot of characters, and then 5 had really good interactions for said characters.
Yeah, 3 and 4 had this thing where that even though certain endings were not canon, they explored the world in such a extra way that helped develop on the characters. It was really well done.
Oh, how did I end up back here?
Yeah, that's right. One thing I wanted to do is maybe like start trying to speedrun riders and shit. But fuck hell, man. Like,
that's what I mean, dude. You'll be going through a few analog sticks, hence the noise I was making before. That's what I was referencing. The grinding, the brrrr. That was so funny.
Fucking riders, but like I just lost my magic touch. I'm not as good as I used to be. I used to fucking one time I did a 100-lap race and I beat the AI by 20 minutes. I can't do that. Like I used to be so good at it.
I haven't played it in so long either. I'll probably be super rusty. I just remember the game being quite challenging, but had some really fun physics and stuff. I never played the sequel though. I've only played the first.
I'm zoned out in my game for a second.
Yeah, Riders speedrunning.
No chains.
Ah,
Yeah, I played it. I played it on GameCube because I was given a GameCube copy by someone, and
I was on PS2.
yeah, I would have been PS2 as well, but he gave me a GameCube copy, and I'm like, okay, I'll play it on that. And
I think GameCube is like the preferred way to play it, but I don't think it's
is it okay?
I think that's just what most people associate Forces with. It's like the GameCube version.
a lot of
remember
people
sitting there
relate
going-
to
and
the
because like
GameCube
GameCube
version.
sticks are a lot louder, so I can't even replicate the sound. But it would make when you go around on the grind rails with the on the board, and
Oh yeah.
I'm sitting there on a TeamSpeak call with my mates who are just having a chat, and then you hear and my friend's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Nothing." And I keep playing. Then the other mate comes in, and then you hear the again, and he's like, "You're playing Sonic Riders, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yes, I am." I was like, "Nothing, just playing games."
It's funny, like I've never played the other Riders games. I've only played the first one.
No, I've never played the others either. I've heard some like it, some don't like it, and I don't really care to find out.
Yeah,
I played Riders 1 and Zero Gravity.
Yeah. Apparently Zero Gravity.
And I
is
actually
alright,
like Zero
but
Gravity.
Riders are more mics because it's like Kinect. Doesn't work properly. Although I think there is someone who's actually doing shit for Free Riders and making it like actually able to be played without Kinect. Pretty cool.
Yeah, they're almost done with it. They actually are like making great strides with Free
Really are
Riders.
these Sonic fans. They just don't know how to like take a break. It's let's go edit this game.
Which is why they should hire some of those motherfuckers. Even
Well,
though, like,
I
it's,
believe that's why they that's
a
what
lot
they
more
did.
complicated than just that.
I believe that's what they did for Mania.
One thing that I always say is like, fuck, like the stories for Sonic games suck now. Like, there's no real actual like stakes. Like, sure, Forces had stakes, but it was just kind of like exposition dump, and then it was like, okay, it's the game now. It sucks. The story sucks. Cool. Frontiers was alright. I actually liked the story. I liked how Sonic just wasn't super like, ha 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 ha, chili dogs, ball eating nose hair. Like an actual fucking like character.
You're too slow.
Yeah, I like that. But,
Frontiers
like,
is slightly empty, but I really like it. I think like they finally hit it. Sega's finally getting what we want out of a Sonic game.
Is like, it's not a great game, but it is a fucking excellent stepping stone to what like shit in the future could be. You know, like they actually have something which is like, okay, we can build on this and make the next fucking adventure series that will like blow everyone's socks off. But like, one thing that I say is like, imagine a Sonic game with the writers of like Yakuza. That'd be fucking kind of lit.
Thank you.
Like, just that kind of like in-depth shit. Cause it's like, Sega, like, you know, Sega isn't done with games. It's just Sonic Team. Sonic Team just can't really do shit. Like, you know. Then you look at Yakuza, and it's like, okay, that's cool. That's a good story. Where's the Sonic funnies? It's like nowhere. And like again, it's like, I'll bet you like $100 that the only reason why the story for Frontiers was half as good was because Ian Flynn was one of the writers, and like he's a goat when it comes to Sonic writing. Like he wrote the art, some of the Archie comics. He writes like the newer ones. He's a good writer. Like he knows what Sonic should be. And that's why I liked it a bit. So he actually knew what the fuck Sonic was, not like whatever the fuck Boom was.
We don't talk about Boom.
I feel so conflicted
Boom
about
never
Boom
happened.
because the concept artist, he's the Jack and Daxter concept artist.
Damn.
It's the same guy. It's Bob. Yeah.
He lost it then.
The same
He-
guy who
he
designed
dropped.
Bruh Knuckles designed our metalheads, guys. Like, think about it.
Oh yeah.
Listen, we're allowed to have artists. We're allowed to have our bad days. Okay.
She fell off.
Yeah, recently I discovered that like there was a fucking no, not Sonic, Jack X fucking beginner's guide or like a strategy guide, right? And you can still buy it. I want to buy it someday, but like it came with a disc, like a strategy disc and everything, and then it also came with like in the disc was like a office tour, and that showed some of the people making it. One of the fucking level designers used to design levels for Sonic, like the old games. And yeah, that's cool. And yeah, like I have that shit in files. Like, yeah, it's awesome.
That does sound really
Like
cool.
me and Source watched through it all. It was fucking funny.
You really? Oh, he never told me about that. That would have been cool.
I mean, like, yeah, like next time, because like we were meant to watch it with a rug too, but then he fucked off to have a shower, and by the time he came back, we watched like all like 30 minutes of it. And like it's cool because it's like
No, I
we
would
were,
have. Yeah, I would have loved to watch that.
yeah, well, it's like fucking. I have this shit. If you ever wanted to watch it, I could just like pop it up and show you.
That's cool. That's cool.
And after much sweat.
Yeah, and it even has like all the
blood, and
strategy guides for the fucking levels, and it's so cringe. It's so funny.
So much to
Because
do.
like they're
Strategy
hard
guides are
and,
kind of cool. I wish I had some in
yeah.
my collection, but I haven't come across any. I have one for. I only have the one I found in a bookshop. For Mario Galaxy, and I've never played Mario Galaxy. I don't even own the game. I just thought it was a cool guide.
I found some like concept booklets for like free orders and shit, and like random places. Like I have a Bayonetta and a Saints Row 2 one.
Oh,
I've
they're
never
cool.
played both of those games, but like, I have the concept art books for them.
I have. I guess it's not quite the same thing. I have those Pokemon like mystery gift codes that they'd give out. And
Yeah.
I don't own any of those Pokemon games. So when I would go into EB, they would let me, take one, and I just accumulated them, and I thought I'll keep these. They might be like
I also
they
had
might be
this
novelty down the
ton of those
line.
like codes that came with the packs for like the online shit. Yeah, I never used them. I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, I have all those different like mystery gift codes for like the legendaries and stuff like that. Even though I didn't play the game, they were like, "Oh yeah, take a code if you want." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take it." It's got some cool art on it. And I think I have a poster from a mystery gift event for Gen 4 for Diamond and Pearl. My friend went to Toys R Us, took my DS there, and she got Jirachi for me. That was really cool.
Yeah, like I want posters and shit.
Yeah, it
but
came with a
that's why it's
poster, and I
like,
don't know where
yeah.
I've put it. It's in my storage somewhere. I've collected a
That's
bunch
why
of
I was so
posters.
fucking stoked when I found like the high end like renders of like some of the old like Jack X fucking shit. It's like,
Yeah,
I can
that's
make
really
those in the
cool.
posters
I've got
now.
I've got stacks
I'll
of
do
that
this.
stuff for I've got stacks of that stuff like archived for arcade stuff, and I've reprinted a few of them for myself. Like I've got an initial D one in my room. I've just got it printed sitting there.
I wish I had a bigger room so I could actually have more fucking posters up. Cause like I recently got a Dusk poster, and like I had to rearrange like one of my fucking walls just to make it fit. So
I have the issue where I can't really
Yeah.
stick stuff to my walls. It wrecks the paint. So
I
I
don't
stick
know
them.
that
I stick them all over my door. My door's like a different material that it doesn't cause any issues really.
I'm lucky because like my room is literally wood. Like it's just like
Yeah, it's easier if it's wood, but yeah, mine's not like that.
yeah, so I can put some of those like golden pins in it. It's hard to do, but I can do that.
I
Like,
can't
that's
do that. Yeah, I can't do that.
Mm.
And even if I use tape or blue tack, it immediately ruins the wall. I can't. I'm thinking I don't want to wreck it. It's not my house.
Mm.
Yeah, instead what I ended up doing is I put the posters up on my door, but I also put them in like a plastic sleeve, and then I blue tacked the sleeve to the door, and then that kept the posters from like getting wrecked from the blue tack. Ow, 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 what happened to me? I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Yep, I knew that was gonna happen.
I just realized it's nearly midnight. I haven't eaten dinner yet.
Oh, yeah, it's nearly midnight for you. Jeez.
Oh damn.
It's nearly 6 a.m. for me.
Probably do that one more race.
Sure.
I'll probably make myself dinner. Fucking like, how long have we been in this voice chat?
I don't know, dude, but like, yeah, I had my lunch dinner thing with
yeah,
my
I can,
family, and then I
can
hopped on
kind
the
of
computer,
get
and
it.
I'm like, I want to be productive. But if I sit in VC, then that will motivate me to be productive, because someone's bound to come in and say, "Oi!"
What are you
And
up
like,
to?
literally, I was like, I started drawing, but I was also just feeling a little bit sleepy, and then I heard you come in, and I was like, what? Okay, cool, cool. Someone's here to like smack me back into sanity.
Yeah, because I saw you and I was like, hey, what's Kanon doing there? She's never
Yeah.
in PCs.
Once
Yeah,
for
I
being
know.
productive.
I go absolutely MIA for months, and then suddenly it's like, she's in VC. What's going on?
Hey, I haven't talked to this person. Yeah, I think we've been in here since like 5 in the afternoon. We've been in here for quite a fucking nearly like
Wow.
6 hours.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I've done that with Source a couple times. We'll sit and play games, and then when we finally get tired, we're like, oh, let's watch a couple episodes of Initial D and then call it. We're like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's lit. It's like fucking yeah. Like I've wanted to hang out with Source a bit more. Like actually like meeting his like other mates who is pretty much exactly like him.
Yeah, see, you've at least you've been able to talk to them. I haven't met his mates yet.
I mean like it's just the ones that he plays Lethal Company with. So I don't know if it's like his mates, but I'm not sure.
Excuse me, I have to dust the Earl's sitting room.
I think they're just online mates because
I'm a chambermaid, sir.
he doesn't have too
I
many
empty
IRL
chamber
ones.
pots
He was
and
telling me.
change linens. Now and then I dust.
He does live in
Variety's
like
sake. I beg
rural
your pardon,
fucking
sir.
Australia.
Yeah, I mean, not to dox myself, but we're about 6 hours away from each other, so it's like, yeah, I could go see him, but also like I'd have to take a couple days off to make it worth my while, you know? It's not exactly that easy.
It's like a Christmas holiday thing.
Oh yeah, like yeah. At one point he was like, "Oh, I'll come down for your birthday," because I wanted to do like a birthday thing, but then he couldn't come because he was working. And my other mate who was gonna come, his engine was leaking, and he's like, "Yep, now I can't make the trip." And I just went, "Okay, I'll see you guys in the new year." They're like, "Yeah."
Because like we were gonna fucking go to Palmerston North for the Christmas holidays, but then our fucking roof guttering fell off, so expensive.
Yeah, expensive.
Yeah. Not even to mention that my mum recently just left her job, so that's like a whole other fucking thing with like wealth and everything, uncertainty.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it does
So
create some pressure.
Yeah. And it's like, in fairness, it's like she was at that job for like nearly 11 years, and like all that shit, and like it was for special needs care and like and all that shit. So it's like fuck, like that was basically killing her after a while, and like obviously it's just like, you know,
yeah,
she needed to get away from that.
You can't force yourself to stay in the job if it's causing you harm. But then being without money is also tough in itself. So.
Yeah. And it's also on top of that, it's like I'm currently trying to get a job, and like anything I'm applying for, I either don't hear back from, or there's like almost nothing that like remotely interests me, or even like I can apply for, because it's like
I know that look.
You know,
have
like people
something
want.
on your mind, don't you?
Is location an issue for you?
No, it isn't. Look, because I'm in like one of the top 5 cities in the country, so there's work, but it's just like. Again, one of the things is like people only want experienced people. It's like, you know,
they want experienced people, but when experienced people like myself apply for the job, they say no. We want someone else.
Yeah,
I'm copying a lot of that crap. At least you're younger than me. You might have more of a chance to like jump in if they pull the age card or whatever. It's like,
and then like, you know, because like I nearly fucking got a tie for the job. For a place.
Yeah.
Like it went super well, but like I'm pretty sure like they just found someone who had the better qualifications.
Here's a crazy far-fetched idea, but what about the bowling alley?
Thought about that.
Yeah.
But like,
because at least it's kind of a chill job. It's like it's not noisy all day long.
It's kind of chill, like a little, yeah.
Like sure, you have to talk to people and you have to work at a desk, but you're not at the desk
like,
the whole time. You get to nick off for a bit and do other things.
Back in the day, like I was like to my mate, like, you know, gives us a job there, and like, it's a bit different now because I'm not really that close with her anymore. Like, it's kind because like, bit of backstory, she was like my childhood mate.
Yeah.
And then I introduced her to my mate called Hunter, and then I inadvertently got them together, and then there was a pretty
Ah.
messy breakup, so it's just kind of fucked. So it's just
Oh,
like,
yeah.
eh.
That
And
sucks.
yeah, and so it's just like, that being all thing, and it's just like throughout the entirety of their relationship, she was just like only asking me about shit, and like there was just no communication, like just a whole bunch of shit. So it's just like,
Yeah,
all three
it's not
points of view, it's just
not a
kind of
comfortable
ignored,
comfortable
like, yeah.
situation.
Me and Hunter are still great fucking friends. Like we haven't soured at all from that, but it's just like,
Yeah.
learning from lessons and that, and like, yeah, she moved on pretty fucking quickly when she didn't seem like she would, and like, yeah, oh yeah, I'll leave the fucking lobby, but yeah, I don't know, it's just odd, and like I've never even met the new boyfriend. I've like played a game of Rocket League with him and her, and like he was like,
You have my thanks.
"Oh, I'm not gonna be friends with this dude because he was friends with your ex," kind of thing. So like that was just kind of a weird thing. It's like, and again, like I didn't want to be friends with him anyway. But
You
the
were just
fact
you were
he
just trying to be
went
nice
out of
because
his way
you're
to
trying
go,
to
like, I'm not friends with them. It's like, okay, well, and then I said as a joke, well, I guess we're not hanging out in person again, Lamau. And then it just kind of was like dead silence. It's like, okay, yeah, sweet. So there goes my childhood friend. So it's just like,
yeah, that really sucks, dude. Nah, I had a similar situation like that too, to be honest.
I mean, like very, very occasionally we send each other a meme, but like, yeah, pretty much the only reason why we're friends is because our mums are very, very good friends. So that's just how that happened.
Really did.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Just
I
never
don't know.
expected.
I mean, like
Thank
it'd be a cool place
Truly,
to go,
I had no idea
but
his
like,
shield wasn't with him. This is perfect.
Yeah, I know it sounds kind
know
of
how to
typical of me to
express my
make that
gratitude.
suggestion, but I
This
literally was like, it's
means
kind
a
of a chill
great
job,
deal to
like, you know.
I mean, like I was close
Yeah.
to working with my mate when he was like a stone cutter
treasure
and
this.
everything for like
Yeah.
bench
Thank you.
props, but like, I saw how it was like literally fucking his like back and shit, and like he legit had to have like one of those like waist things on after like he fucking slipped something or whatever. He's like 19, by the way.
Oh
So like
god.
he was getting fucked up from that job. So I was like, and also he's not at that job anymore because like there's no work. He was legit let go because they couldn't find work.
Right.
But I don't know. I am looking for shit. I've applied for some security jobs. I haven't heard back from them, even though I applied like 2 weeks ago, which is just kind of like, I guess that's not a thing. And like another thing is like, you obviously want to get into a job, and then they're like, please, we'll hire anyone, and then you go into it, and it's like, you want someone more experienced, and it's like,
yeah,
but I'm coming to your job to get the experience, and it's like,
yeah. Dude, I'm in that position. I have all these degrees, you know, I've graduated, I've done everything, and then you go to the job and they're like, yeah, we want someone with experience. And I'm like, well, I have all the I'm like, I have such and such experience freelance, but I have not been able to actually get a job to fulfill the experience that you want me to have. And I'm like, I've still got some freelance experience, and like, yeah, we'll think about it, and then they'll ghost me, and then they'll go, nah. That's like,
yeah. Nowadays, it's legit just word of mouth. You have to know someone to get into a job.
It's the truth. It's the truth, really. I think I just have to know somebody who's just gonna like let me in.
My last job, I was extremely lucky, if you could call it that. Mainly because they were that fucking desperate. They needed people.
I mean, with my current job, they were opening in my area, so it was just a matter of I'll just pop in and apply, and then I got the job because they were like, yeah, well, we need people. They just opened the store, and yeah, lo and behold, I'm still there.
I definitely am. And, like, the thing is, like, I'm signed up with wins and shit. I get a weekly like cash flow, and like I look at shit and like try and get shit, but they haven't done anything for me in like a month. Like there used to be like a weekly like Zoom call where like they'd show you and tell you about some shit that was on and apply for this and that, like, but they don't do that right now. I guess because of the holidays, but even then it's like it's been like a month, you know.
You and your friends are formidable folk, and
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I'm still looking around. Kind of have to. Like, I'm kind of being like, not really I guess peer pressured into it to get a job pretty quickly. Like I'm trying, but like
Yeah.
it's hard.
Similar boat, yeah. Similar boat, yeah.
It's like there are some cool things that
It's
I
like
can
you don't want to
apply
just
for,
grab
but it's
anything,
like
but you also
they
don't want
need
to.
experience and they need someone with a restricted, which
Yeah.
I'm trying to get, but it's all booked out. I can't get one, and it's just like shit that's out of your control as well. Kind of sucks. And like, there's some shit which like looks cool, but then it's immediately like trade stuff. Like I tried signing up for trade stuff. They had my shit. They never contacted me again. And they're a company. They're like a thing that like gives you fucking jobs to do. They never contact me. It's like, and I also went to what's it
I mean,
it's not-
I got as far as like the trial period on a couple of the jobs where they had me come in and like try some things out, but they still were like, "Nah, we want somebody else," and I'm like,
yeah,
"Really?"
and that's worse. It's
You
just
got
like
my hopes up, Rip.
yeah, like I've never been like invited onto the job site doing shit and then just get
Yeah,
kicked
one
off.
of them. Yeah, to be fair, it kind of worked out for the best because the job in question was pretty far away for me, and like I don't drive at the moment, so to have to go there every day would have been a huge hassle. But I remember showing up there on the day to like try everything out. You know, that the whole office was like had this kind of like skate shop kind of vibe. If I know how to explain it, you know, like all the people there were really chill and they were just playing like alternative music on the radio. Like they seemed really relaxed, and I thought, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I got a shot. They seem pretty chill, you know. And then they're like, oh, they put me in the back, and they're like, okay, here's the Mac, do your thing, do some work for us. I'm like, yeah, cool, I'll do the thing. I thought I did okay, all things considered, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm doing the best I can, and then yeah, they're like, nah, I think got a message afterwards, and they're like, nah, we pick someone else. I'm like, oh, okay.
One thing I did too is I went to Employ NZ, which is like there's a massive thing where it's like if you dropped out of school or if you need a job or you need qualifications, you go to them. And I went to them 2 separate times, and I was too qualified for anything.
Too qualified.
Yep. I have NCAA level 2, which is like the whole system, right? Mainly people with 1 and none classification at all go there.
I'm
2,
still confused. What?
I guess it's like I would say just look it up, but then it's just like it'll just be confusing. That's
So
where I can.
you finished high school, right?
Yeah, I dropped out earlier. So
how many years was that?
I was a year 12 when I dropped out.
Indeed.
Okay.
Yeah. So I didn't just flunk school. Like I left.
That's what I mean. You finished. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in Australia, that's considered VCE. Like you finished everything. That's how that's considered.
New Zealand is a 13th year, and it's just kind of like a whatever year. Like you do shit, and like you just kind of do nothing.
Okay.
But like if you really
because
want
here we have prep,
do
and then
stuff-
after prep you have 12 years of school, and not.
And it's like if you're year 13, you're given like special shirts, and like you can have like your name printed on the back of it and shit.
Yeah,
It's like
that's for us with year 12. Yeah.
it's just like setting off. It's like I never did that because like, fuck, that's gay. So like I just left.
Aww.
I left a term earlier because I finished that year a term early, and I was like, I'm not doing anything. I don't want to be
And
here.
they
for
considered
3
that
months.
too qualified, dude. What the heck?
Yeah, like I had NCA level 2, and I have other shit like, I did a course with Countdown / Woolworths customer service. I have that as a qualification. I did primary ITO, which is like dairy farming and stuff.
Hmm.
I did that, and
You literally did the things you're required to do for like basic human jobs, and like, nope, yep, you're overqualified.
yeah, that was for Employ NZ though. That was for like because I wanted to do like a cooking thing.
Yeah.
And like I want to do like a couple other things, but like I was apparently I was just too good for those classes, and they were only taking people that were lower in standard than me, and I was like, okay.
That's
So
so
it's
much
a-
nitpicking,
yeah,
dude.
It's I'm in like a really weird fucking spot where it's just like I'm trying to get my restrictor legit booked out. I'm too qualified to get on like Like, well, I'm qualified enough barely to be on the benefit. I'm like too qualified to go into Employ NZ to actually get more courses under my belt and more like achievements. And I'm just like in the middle. I'm too qualified to be a dunce and get courses. I'm too underqualified to get actual good jobs. It's just like a real fucking big gray line. It sucks. Oh, here we go. So let me see. Nursery school, kindergarten, elementary. Yeah, the bottom one's my one. So it goes from. We don't have nursery schools though. From in New Zealand, it goes.
No, this looks like an American system. No, so your system still sounds really close to what we have. It's just that it's kind of named differently. Like we have grade prep, and then after grade prep you have year 1 to 12.
Yeah. So.
But you guys are calling it 1 to 13. So it sounds like it's.
It's different. So, for New Zealand, it's kindergarten, primary school up until year 6, then intermediate, which is year 7 and 8. Then you go into college to year 9 to 13.
Yeah.
That's how
Okay.
It is. And then it's university after that. And the thing that confuses everyone is high school is called college. That's the thing that confuses everyone.
Yeah, I think that's like an American adoption though, because like, here.
I don't know how long ago my mic died. Fucking hell.
Our school had
Hello.
My high school had a unique setup.
I was wondering why you guys were like not responding to me or like not actually like hearing anything I was saying and whatnot. No, my mic died.
No, we didn't hear nothing.
Okay, so that's
an
American system.
For most of us, it's prep to 6, so that's 7 years of schooling, and then you go 7 to 12. My school was just the unique outlier because our school had 3 campuses, so just so that they could distribute the students appropriately, they had us 7 to 10 in one school, and then 11 and 12 in the other one.
I know that New Zealand schools.
Usually it's just prep, and then primary, and then high school, and then you go off to uni or TAFE. The TAFE being like the community college type thing.
Now, something to note with this American system, the ages listed, these are the youngest ages for that line. Because you can add a year up.
Yeah, that's the same. Like,
because like a lot of people relate 12th grade to being 18.
Movies, but yeah, it's like
a lot of people relate it to 12 to being 18, so it's like
technically I was brought up a year, which was funny. So technically, I was easily like one of the youngest people in my year. So like, because I was born on February the 4th, and for us, that is like sometimes that is the day that school starts. So I guess it was just the whole fucking thing. They didn't know what to put me,
I had the reverse. I was the oldest in my year level because I'm born on Boxing Day. So I was always a year older than everyone in every year level.
So I remember hitting... I'd be 16, but everyone else would be 17.
Yeah, I remember hitting like year 11, and everyone was talking about, oh yeah, we're still too young to go get our license. They're like, okay, now you're gonna go get your license, and I'm like, I don't really freaking care at the moment. I just want to pass school. I was that nerdy kid. I was just like, I just want to pass school right now. Like, I'm not even worried. And they're like, oh, but you're older. You could get there sooner. I'm like, why is there such a it's just
when you're 16 here,
fashion thing for them. They're like, oh, we want to be the first, so we can like flex over who's got the license first. And I'm like, I don't really care. Yeah, I was just
when
like,
you're
I don't really care. I'm not a child.
I was gonna mention when you're 16, you could do with Bean did. You can leave school, but they look down on you because in order to get high school diploma, you must do 12 years. If you don't, you're lesser. There are programs like a GED that is equivalent to a high school diploma, but it's still considered lesser, a lower class than a high school diploma.
With me, I technically did all 12 years. I finished my 12th year. a term before everyone else would have, but I left. So in technical terms, I didn't graduate the 12th year, but I actually did. So it's just like a weird fucking thing. So like I have the qualification of what a year 12 would have had, but I just left earlier. So like that's just my case.
Such a dumb technicality, dude.
Yeah.
For reference of myself, I did the second column.
Like
Oh,
if you said to
yeah.
me, if you said to me,
It's-
"Oh yeah, bro, I dropped out year 9, year 10. I'm sick of school, haha." Like I would have been like, "Oh yeah, well then you're a dropout." But you
Yeah.
actually did 12 years, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
I just did. I did my 12th year so fucking good. I left early. You know, don't
That's
mention
possible.
yeah, because that was the case. Because like the year before, I did my primary ITO thing, which was 20 level 2 credits, and then
Oh
I
yeah.
did my countdown thing, which was another 20. So
Hmm.
pretty much before halfway, I already had 2/3 of the qualification.
Yes, you had the credits. You had the extra
Yeah.
credits from doing that. I did a similar
yeah,
thing.
and,
I
and,
did
yeah,
a
and
similar
then
thing.
just did other shit.
I did a similar thing where in year 11 I did a year 12 course, so that gave me extra credits for when I went into year 12. So I already had an
Yeah,
extra
that's
subject
definitely
under
fair.
my belt, and
so,
I
like-
did IT,
I was
and
about
then
to
that
send
was
out a
just
search
the
party.
extra credits I had.
I've
for
been
that.
hearing
And
of a
then,
great
like, I did
promotion
my
lately.
forklift license, which I still have it, but it's going to expire soon. And if I got 100% on the test, I would have gotten 7 level 3 credits. I got like an 80, but I still got the license, so I was like, who gives a fuck? I have a forklift license now. I don't need those credits. So, like, I just had that license, and then, like, if I completed that, I would have actually had some credits. And I think it's a bit different with level 3. I think you only need, like, 50 or something.
Politics, surely.
With level 1,
The last
you
of our
needed like
allies have arrived in the
120,
city. We cannot delay
which is
any
wild.
longer.
And
I will
then
call for the
level
lads
2,
to
you only needed like
Bring Alistair
80.
and join me at the palace as soon as
And
you
I
are
guess
ready,
it's mainly because of like how hard they are to get. Level 1, it's just like if you did a test, you'd get like 3, and that was like anything you did, so it would just rack up. But yeah, level 2
Yeah.
is a bit harder. And I did a automotive course. I wish I fucking actually paid attention. I did, but like I didn't like fully pay attention because I was preoccupied with like, oh, I'm about to finish this year.
Yeah.
So like, I didn't actually pay attention.
Yes.
But yeah.
Indeed.
So yeah, I'm qualified. I'm too qualified to be considered a retard and get given handouts, but too underqualified to get good jobs. So,
I mean, I have the similar argument that I remember when I was at uni, like a lot of my uni mates were getting a handout called youth allowance.
yeah.
I didn't qualify for it because both my parents have jobs, so they were like, "Oh, well,
Yeah, that's awesome.
both your parents have jobs, so you don't get a thing." And in the circumstance of my mates, I think one only had one parent working, the other one he only had his dad. Like it was just his dad raising him. So like I get where they were coming from, but like my parents aren't exactly like high income or anything like that. So I
Yeah, and that's
technically
just
should
the
have
thing,
qualified,
it's
but they were like, nah, both your parents work, so you don't qualify for an allowance. And I'm like, isn't the point of the allowance so that I don't rely on them, so that I have something to use?
And
so I
yeah,
can
another
get
thing
through
is
uni?
just, like,
And I didn't get a sense. I was like, yeah,
But
whatever. I'm not
I
arguing.
don't really care about doing courses and shit.
Yeah.
I have anything because it's the weird thing with me. I don't know what I want to do. I have a lot of fucking interests that yeah, it's odd. It's like I'll do shit. Like I'll do what I can, but I'm not gonna be like one job forever. I'm definitely gonna try and just move up the ladder and get a better pay and all that shit. Because like doing shit like plumbing would be kind of cool. I might do something with that because like there's a dangerously extinct population of like electrical workers and plumbers. In New Zealand. Like no one does that shit. I could do that.
I mean, have you seen like the statistics for Gen Alpha's dream jobs all want to be? I think in like the top 5, they all want to be TikTok or Instagram influencers, and I'm just like, because that'll make the world go round.
I mean, like the fuck. I mean, when I was like 10, I was like, I want to buy your top, but then I was like, nah, I want to like get money.
I mean, part of me still wants to do that, but I'm realistic. I'm realistic at the fact that being a YouTuber is not going to pay the bills.
Like if I make a video, I'll make it when I make it.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing too. Like, I have a lot of fun doing it. I like, you know, I'm using my degree, I'm using my skills. It's a fun content creation thing. I want to do it. If I make some...
Some of us are curious, Logan, about precisely what happened at Ostagar.
So it's like there's not a whole lot of youngies and they get paid a lot. And another reason why New Zealanders are immigrating to Australia.
Grandiose tales of griffins flying
into battle. They're a bit misinformed in that regard, I think. It's literally the same as you guys.
Yeah.
It's not really much different.
I mean, like, some people are smart and then get a job there and then move over.
Oh, please go on.
But it's like...
The land speak longs to hear a proper
like anything in
tactical
life, if you
analysis
get a
of
job
Ostagar
and you
from an
have the
elf.
opportunity, then seize the
You
opportunity. Like,
goaded
if someone
him
gives me a
into
job tomorrow to
making
go move to
that
Europe, I'm moving to
He
Europe. I
believed
don't
the
have
tales, Warden.
a
He thought your
desperation
handful
to
of
stay
men
here,
would turn
but
the tide for him.
I'll just go where the wind
Strategy and
takes me.
consequences be hanged.
If the world says, hey, you're destined for greatness over
Which is
here,
what I want
then
to do,
that's
like,
where I'm going.
Caelan's was not the only life in my hands.
Like it
Should I
wouldn't
have
be
sacrificed the
other than
entire
like
army for his
sometimes
mistake?
like usually it'll just be like a
Do
chill
not
job
imagine that you can
of, like,
shame
depending on
me
what kind of
with
security you
Caelan's
do.
death.
And then there's also the
He was
bonus of
married
being a
son.
metalhead bogan, and if I
My
get
king.
you know given the offer to go
No
to
one
like
regrets
this
his loss
concert,
more
obviously I
than
can't really
I do.
enjoy myself, but I can just be there and listen to the music and shit. Should be fun. So that'd be cool. And I also know people or know someone who like was in security and is like on the cameras for the police and shit, so I could ask him about some stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
True. Yeah. Surely something will come around. I just need to like keep looking and shit.
I just found this video about self-driving cars.
But that shit's just retarded, though. You know, have you just like the shit where it's like Apple wants to there was stuff where,
the
like,
whole
Apple
like
wants to look at your
controlling
house.
everybody electronically, like to the point. Yeah.
Some companies are like being like, oh, well, your house is internet too, and it's like, okay, so if you tell me if my internet goes down or something happens, then like if I get hacked, I can't enter my own fucking house.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
That's
just stupid.
my dad
man.
talked about it. He's like, oh, I want to start adding smart features to the house. I'm like, why? I'm like, do you want to be locked out of the house when we decide to get like DDoSed or something? And he goes, oh, you're just too paranoid. I'm like, no, there is a higher rise in people who learn this cyber stuff, and it's a pretty easy way of
me
locking
and
you
my
out.
family was hacked a while ago, amongst other really fucking crazy shit at the exact same time. Like, being hacked is not quite...
Yeah, and if they make the argument of, oh, but your house has internet, well, the argument is like, if my internet goes down, I can still live my life. I don't need the internet. My house will still be here, you know? It's such a stupid argument. But yeah, like, the thing that bugs me about EVs, like, even ignoring
By
the whole
all
internet
means,
thing,
let
is
us
just, like,
speak
the
of
batteries,
Honora, Warden.
you know,
For this is a
battery
matter
technology
close
has
to
not
my
really
own
improved
heart.
in the way that
What have you done
you're
with
gonna
my
have to throw
daughter?
the thing out. After like 10 years, you're gonna have to throw the thing out. It's just e-waste.
Yeah.
And if they end up like the Android phones, that people replacing them every 2 years because they want the new hip trendy thing, then they're just gonna end up in the rubbish like even sooner.
Killing her guards in the process.
How is this good thing?
I believe I can speak for myself.
My name is Reza.
Lords and ladies of Ferelden, hear me.
Reza, the great
This
Reza,
warden
Jack.
has slandered and
And,
defamed
in
Ferelden's
fact,
greatest hero.
ah
in a
yes,
bid
you're
to
the
put
loudmouth
Apostle on
storyteller
Merrick
from the
throne.
bar.
But Jack, your reputation precedes you. Oh, but I'm forgetting my
You're
man.
getting sloppy.
My name is Reza. Maybe you've heard of me? I work for Misa.
Did he?
Eventually
everyone
Are you certain
does.
of that?
Yeah.
I know my father. He would never
Like
do less than his
I've
utmost
done
for
like
the sake of his
a
country.
Jack voice as a meme,
I
but
needed to
apparently
know
people
your mind,
actually
Warden.
reckon like
You could
it's
have
not half
proven yourself
bad.
an ally of Ferelden.
Like, and
It
I
is
reckon like if
unfortunate
I
for
actually
all of us that you
fucking
did
really
not.
try,
Who
I
here
could do
can
a decent
say that
Jack voice. It's
Anora
not hard
is not fit
but
to rule this
it'd be
land?
funny.
And who
I
can
have
say
a
that this
stream against him
Alistair
where he makes
is?
me do voice
We know
impressions.
nothing
And
of him,
I've had
save that he
some
may
wins, some
have
fails.
royal blood.
Like when I got
For
made to
5
do Marge
years,
Simpson,
Anora
and
has
I
been
died
queen
coughing during
and
the
proven
Marge Simpson
herself
impression. It hurt
worthy
so
of the
much.
Theron name. She
It's like,
can lead our
follow me?
people
I can't
through
do
this
it. I can't do it. I haven't been able to do it
crisis,
since.
and can lead her armies.
No, but like I need to.
Lords and ladies,
No, I need to find the
Our
clip
land
because like
has been
one of my
threatened
longtime
before.
subscribers, he was just like,
been
can you
invaded and
do
lost
Marge
and
saying
won
this sentence? And
times
he made me
beyond
reference some
counting.
parody thing that I've
We
never seen before.
Fereldans have
And then after
proven
I watched it after the
that
fact,
we
but
will
it was like,
never
homie,
truly
you
be
violated
conquered
international
so
law,
long
something
as
like
we
that.
are united.
And I
must not
died
let
trying to say
ourselves
the
be
thing, and I'm just
divided
having this huge
now.
coughing fit on the clip.
Stand with me.
I've also
And we
done,
shall
I
defeat
remember someone made me do
even
Carl
the
Lisa. It
blight
was just
itself.
oh, hello, Jimmy.
I'm
Can I
with
have
the
a croissant?
Southreach
I can't do it
stands
now,
with
but-
the Grey Wardens.
Jimmy, can I?
Waking
Dear
Sea
Mom.
stands with the Grey
I
Warden.
can't even do a Carl. Like,
Dragon's
I
Peak
can't
supports the warden. Western
excuse
Hills
me,
is with
sir.
you,
Are you going
Logan.
to finish that
Make her
croissant?
help us. I
Croissant?
stand by Logan.
Knock
like,
yourself out.
We've no hope of victory
Can I get a
otherwise.
llama?
like the only
I'm with
kind of
Logan.
like
Who else
way I
could
can
defeat
do
the
it is to
Blight?
put a thumb on my throat and
Logan,
do it.
I'm
Like
with
I
you.
can't do that
This
weird like
bodes
this
ill
is like a
for us all.
weird deep high.
Oh,
kind
and
of
I could do
voice.
the I can do the Nancy Cartwright voices. You know, like your Millhouse and Ralph Wiggum and stuff like that. The
Yeah.
me fail English?
The
That's
land's meat
impossible.
Following
My
these
voice
grey
cracked there.
wardens has cost us our
But don't worry, I have
king.
voice cracks too.
I charge
It's weird to
even.
have my nuts drop
Take these
twice.
traitors out. To arms.
Hey, I don't even
You
have
will
them,
not
so.
be taken without a
I mean, like legit, like I went through the funny puberty. My voice dropped.
Shit.
It was
Shit.
it was
Shit.
F,
Shit. Shit. Shit.
literally how I feel. And
Got a
like
banana.
and like it's funny,
What
it's like, I
went
don't have
wrong?
voice cracks for ages. But then like I just
Okay, let's see how much I'm losing.
My daddy
Wait,
said
wait,
you're
wrong.
going to jail. See, I'm telling you
Wrong.
now, Big Bean. I'm doing Ralph. I'm Ralph. Ralph, Ralph, Ralph. Sorry. Oh yeah, Millhouse is like. Oh, I hate these floodplains. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. Oh, this is so cool! And all I've done is enter my name, the real house. It's so thick.
Jesus, never say that again.
What
It's the
went
squishy-
wrong?
What is it,
Understand.
Bart? That's another thing about Aussies. I think a lot of them have been brought up on Simpsons humor. I guess New Zealand's as well. There's the largest Facebook group is Compu Global Hyper Meganet, which is just all Aussies and Kiwis who just quote Simpsons all day.
Yeah, like something I've thought about doing, like just recently, would be funny because, like, again, I've been told like my Jack voice isn't terrible, so I was like, what if I like sit down and actually like try and like do it? And,
Yeah,
like,
bit of vocal
like,
exercises.
like dub it and see how. the
Oh,
fuck
I
that
can
goes.
I can also do the help desk lady from the first Ratchet and Clank.
I thought you were gonna say Monsters Inc. I can do that, bitch.
Wait, which one was in Monsters Inc?
Have you spoken to my lucky betrothed yet?
You're always late, Wazowski.
Oh yeah, yeah, Roz, right?
He has? Well, I suppose, stranger.
Hello, Wazowski.
Hello, Wazowski. It seems like your payment is overdue. You know what that means? It's time for cock and torture.
It's like, yeah, it's not hard to do,
I trust you'll
but
keep your
it's
end of the
fucking
bargain.
taxing on my fucking voice.
It is so
That will be no
taxing,
small
yeah.
feat, of course,
That's how I
but
feel
I'm
doing
certain you
Marge.
would. I imagine you have much to do. Is there anything else you needed from me?
One thing I do, like, if I actually want to, like, try and replicate a voice, is I just kind of, like,
No.
like, play the
while I'm-
clip and then, like, just do it over that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's just kind of how I do it.
Was that
you
it? Was that the
automatically
only
grab our
reason that
letters
she
if you
betrayed
jump up
me?
to them. To pull yourself up, press X. To jump down, press and hold R1.
Unexpected.
That's
items
really
in the shopping
close.
area.
That is a really close impression of her.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that difficult. You just have to be a woman and have a
I've been hearing of
dead
a great commotion.
monotone
Oh,
voice.
like yeah, my new manager at work, she heard me do the closing call when I'm like kicking people out of the store, and she said to me, she goes, "You sounded so cheerful." I said, "Oh yeah, that's my flight attendant voice." I was just like, "Good evening, customers. It is time to leave the store. Please get out of here because I am not paid for overtime." Well, I
It's
am,
like-
but that's not for them to know.
Hey, cunts, get at me fucking store, bro. I want to like go home and shit.
How about you bloody get out of here, mate? Because they're only going to pay me if I'm kept back 15 minutes, and honestly, I'm too freaking tired.
I can't. Fuck off to your family so I can do the same, eh?
Mate, I just want to go home and play some Jack X, bro.
I want to play some
Mate.
fucking God of War, bro. And I need to teach a
Bro,
Trey.
there's a game of Tekken with my name on it, bro, and I was gonna like bash up Source and just show him what's what, mate, because he thinks he's so good with his Yoshimitsu, mate.
Ozzy's be like,
Fuck off, bro. Like, go home, man. I want to go home and feed me horse and shit, bro.
You're sounding like Dank Pods right now.
Fuck, bro.
Oh my god, bro, you sound like Dank Pods, mate. Also, I'll
think
tell you this one time, mate.
I think I can do like a good like Islander impression as well.
Yeah.
It's fucking gay because like, I don't like doing impressions in front of people. Like
It's fine.
that's with me. Like I'm autistic as fuck and I do that shit all the time. But I can't do it in front of people.
blood does Elysian
Like,
gold
unlike
buy
other
these
autists,
days?
you know, I'm not officially autistic, but like it's just what
Some
it
of
is.
So,
Like,
one
you
of
know.
Kaelin's killers
Oh, dude, you're allowed to be,
like
You
I
led
was
our
told
king to his death.
Yeah,
with
you're-
your grandiose tales of
You're
griffins
allowed, I mean, it's not
flying
like I don't
into
get
battle.
nervous doing this stuff. I definitely do.
Oh yeah.
That's why on Twitch I make people pay points for it because I don't want to have to sit there and do it all
There
day.
is
where
no
people just go,
saving the
"Oh yeah, you
alien.
should do this." It's like,
Damage from the
no,
riots
pay
has
up
yet
them
to be
points, mate.
repaired.
It's a thousand
Bodies
tickets.
still-
I've labeled mine as tickets
Despite
as arcade
what you
tickets. I'm
may
like, pay up them
think,
tickets,
Warden,
mate.
I have done my
You have to
duty.
pay up 1,000. If you pay up
Whatever my
1,000, then I'll
regrets
do it.
may
Like,
be
don't
for
make
the
me sit here.
elves,
I also
I have done what was needed
I also have
for
the
the
other-
good of Ferelden.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. My
I
hair's
also
in-
have the language redemption, so like people can make me speak another language too, but
I
then it's like
assure
pay up,
you,
buddy.
Warden,
I'm not here all
if
day
I
just
were
to
going to
talk
send
languages.
someone,
Pay up.
It would be my own soldiers.
Even if I don't know it,
Indeed,
you can make me
my
speak
brother
it, and
tells
I'll
a very
try.
different tale.
That's
He
the
says
beauty.
you snatched a blood mage from the
That's the
Chantry's
beauty of
justice.
polyglots. We'll try it. We'll try it anyway.
Do not think
African.
the Chantry will overlook
African.
this, Terran
Which
Lordain.
African?
Interference in a templar's
Did you say speak
sacred
African?
duties
Which one?
is an
mate?
offense
I could do the
against
South
the
African,
Maker.
bro. You
Whatever
like my
I've
South
done,
African?
I will answer for later.
I've been saying it. I was like, my hair's too long. I legit have such long hair that I need.
Oh, I thought you said do African. I'm like, what? Your
Nah.
hair's so long. Okay.
Oh, Chubo. I've got some
Which one?
chips on the road, bro.
You got some chips? Oh, yo, bro. Yes.
Want a chip? Want a chip? I don't want your ghost chips.
You took
Go
my
away.
daughter.
I believe I can
Dude,
speak
that
for
adds-
myself.
bro.
Have you
Oh, no,
seen
no.
that
Lords
ad?
and ladies of Ferelden, hear me.
Was that the one with the whale?
My father is
No.
no
Nah.
longer the man
No,
you
no.
know.
Then no,
This
probably
man
not.
is not the hero of Riverdale.
It's just
Dude,
like, it's like
that-
everybody
This man
always does
turned
the
his
accent,
That
bro.
ad is
and refused
fucking
to protect your
best.
king as he fought
No,
bravely
I
against
don't give a
Darkborn.
shit. I'm sending
This
it
man
to you
seized
right
Kaelin's
now.
Send it,
throne
okay.
before his body was cold.
I'm sending it
and
to
locked me
Source
away
too.
so I could not reveal
Just because
his
he'll
true
do
name.
it.
I would have already been killed
Okay.
if not for this Grey Warden.
Anti-drink driving.
Oh, no.
Oh no, we had one. We had one called the Deso Rap. I'll send you the Deso Rap.
The Warden's influence has
I should
poisoned
say
even
something.
your mind,
But I could
Enora.
look dumb in
I
front of
wanted
money.
to protect you from this.
So, Munich sees so dumb.
My lords and
Ambitious.
ladies,
Oh,
The Kiwi is strong in this
has
one.
been threatened before.
if
Been
he does,
invaded and lost
he
and
will
won
be forever.
times
Wanna chip?
beyond counting.
Want you?
I'm
I can't grab you.
I'm
folks.
trying to watch it, dude.
Proven
Oh,
that
sorry.
we will never
Go to-
truly be
go
conquered
to
so
chips.
long as we are united. We must not
Space
let
Hen?
ourselves be divided now. Stand with me, and we shall defeat even the blight
More
itself.
hid.
The Warden. I'm with the Warden. Southreach stands with the Grey Wardens.
Waking Sea stands with the Grey Warden.
Dragon's Peak
Who's
supports
Hebrew?
the Warden. Western Hills
What
is
a
with
stretch
you,
shoe.
Loghain.
Okay.
Make her help us. I stand by Loghain.
Legend.
We've no hope of victory
Bloody
otherwise.
legend.
I
I love that.
I think the best line is like, I've been internalizing a complicated situation in my head.
In my head, yeah.
What are you on about? Oh, I don't think you should drive. Nah, you're too drunk, bro. Scare shit.
Traitors!
Yeah, just crash.
Which of you stood against
Okay.
the Orlesian
Such a
Emperor
good
when his troops flattened your fields and raped your wives?
Comments
You
underrated.
That's gonna get me marked against on YouTube.
cared about this land once, before you got too old and
Internalizing a really
content
complicated
to even
situation
see
in
what
my
you
head.
risk. None of you deserve a say
I think
in
it's
what
just funny
happens
because it's
here.
just like you don't
None of you
expect
have
a fucking
spilled blood for this
like
land the way
stony
I have.
fucking like dude to say that. It's
Yeah.
like, I've been internalizing a really complicated situation in my head. It's like, what is this? A fucking Dark Souls dialogue? What?
Let us end this. I suppose we both knew it would come to this. A man is made by the quality of his enemies.
Source hasn't said anything yet, but I can tell he'll
Marek
be
told
like,
me that.
Oh, he'll
if
react.
it's more
He's
a
probably
compliment
just
to
still
you
with his
or
mate
me.
or whatever.
Enough. Let the landsmeet declare the
There's no math,
terms
man.
of the
Here we go.
duel.
I think
It
this
shall
was
be
the video.
fought according to tradition. A test of arms, in single combat
here's the
until
beach
one
well one.
party yields. And we, who are assembled, will abide by the outcome.
Will you face me yourself, or have you a champion?
Yeah, it's this friggin' video. I'm the desert, and I'm rock a super clean.
Shit. Should I fight or should I? Should I fight or should I make Alistair the champion?
man, it's so bad.
I'm the desert.
How did this win an award?
And I'm rocking super clean, so shows me some love. I'm
I'm the
taking one
desert,
for the team.
I'm a
Yeah,
rockin' super clean.
yeah. So show me some love and take the one.
I remember. I had something I was gonna show. Oh yeah, John and Ben. Bro, that was a good one. Countdown song.
Mate, I'm the desert.
Oh, this gives me flashbacks, bro. Fucking 8 years ago.
Jojo and Ben countdown. Macklemore. Oh, the downtown song. Wait. Oh, this is a parody. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm listening.
It is you or me the men will follow. So, let us fight for it. Prepare yourself.
Countdown, yeah.
Yeah.
On it. Show me what you got.
Wow, he's easy.
It's either you or me, and it isn't gonna be me.
I underestimated you, Warden. I thought you were like Kalen, a child wanting to play at war.
I took barely any
I
damage.
was wrong. There's
Bloody
a strength
countdown.
in you that I have not seen anywhere since Marek died. I yield.
I didn't just hear you say that. You're going to let him live? After everything he's done? Kill him already!
Wait, there is another option. Batean is a warrior and general of renown. Let him be of use. Let him go through the joining.
This is parody energy for sure.
There are 3 of us in all of Ferelden, and there are compelling reasons to have as many
Yeah,
wardens
fucking
on
John
hand
and Ben
as
used to be
possible
great,
to deal with
man.
the Archdemon.
The joining itself is often fatal, is it not? If he survives, you gain a general. If not, you have your revenge. Doesn't that satisfy you?
Absolutely not. Riordan, this man abandoned our brothers and then blamed us for the deed. He hunted us down like animals. He tortured you.
Be interesting
How
to
can
hear
we
his
simply
reaction,
forget
but
that?
yeah. Well, just it's just going through my head.
Joining the Wardens is an
You should
honor,
crush
not a
Hebrew.
punishment. Name him a Warden and you cheapen us all. I will not stand next to him as a brother. I won't.
Maybe drink driving it. That should be funny.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, this is getting a little spicy. This is getting a little spicy.
This is fucking great. Oh, it's him!
Hey?
That's fucking amazing. Oh, this one as well. This is such a shit show.
Logain is a traitor. We need him like we need to be stabbed in the back. Or have you forgotten how his being a great general didn't help the last time? I didn't want to be king.
Yeah, this is another good one.
still
Sorry I'm
don't.
sending you a bunch of shit, but like this is actually fun.
No, you're right.
If
You're right.
that's what it takes to see Logain
Well,
get
this
justice,
one I would
then
skip
I'll do
to
it.
like
I'll take the crown.
40
Listen to this.
seconds in.
Can you see how disastrous a king he'd be? Putting his own selfish desires above the needs of his country? You can't seriously support him.
You look a bit pissed.
And I thought the whole idea was to bring Logain to justice.
You'd throw away a very fortunate alliance for petty revenge? Perhaps Ferelden is better off without you, Alistair. You can't do this. My father may have been wrong,
diverse,
but he's still a hero to the people. Stop treating me like a child. This
You'll
is...
probably not get it, but
Daughters
it's
never
all
grow
like
up,
all
Nora.
fucking like
They
these
remain
ones
6
ads.
years old with pigtail.
Father.
Just make it quick, Warden. I can face the Maker knowing that Ferelden is in your hands.
I will.
Ghost Chip, there he is!
So it is designed. Alistair,
I have the context.
Honora, the Landsmeet has
Ghost
decided
Chip,
against
legend.
you. You must now swear fealty to us.
If you think I will swear that oath, Eamon, you know nothing of me. Reason clearly had nothing to do with you.
We cannot leave Ferelden in a state of civil war. We must have unity. If she will not swear fealty to you, Alistair, and renounce
Oh
her
no,
claim
he's
to
in the
throne,
car.
What do you want me to do exactly? I guess...
Very well then.
You're... Oh, that would be me, right?
This is fuck. I gotta restart again.
From all I've heard of my father, what defined...
God damn it.
Don't drink and write comedy sketches.
Yeah, like the cast up one is like fucking very like synonymous. Because the whole thing was like it stopped and there's like two guys like coming out of their car and like, nearly T-boning each other and it was like, oh, stop the car. Oh, I can't, bro. Like it's already too late. And it's like one of them has a kid in the back seat and it's meant to be all sad and everything. But it's just like, well, why can't you just get out of the car while it's stopped? And it's just like, it's fucking stupid. Fucking good ads though.
Funny stuff that they do with the ads sometimes.
So many fucking things on my computer that I see on close. It's also 12:30. I need to eat something. Holy shit.
I was wondering if you'd gone to eat yet.
No. I've been too busy gaming.
Gaming.
Hell yeah. Alright. I'll head off then.
That's all good, dude.
Alright.
Get ready, I've got work tomorrow anyway.
No, you're all good.
Alright.
Yeah, no, good chat though.
Good chat, thanks for games.
Yeah, all good. Alright. See you guys.
Gotcha.
How much Ferelden blood does Orlesian gold buy? So, one of Kaelin's killers would dare speak of betrayal. You led... What? Despite what you may think, Warden, I have done my duty. Whatever my regrets may be for the elves, I have done what was needed for the good of Ferelden.
Do not think the Chantry will overlook this, Terran Loghain. Interference...
I believe... Lords... I would have already been killed, if not for this Grey Warden.
I stand with the Warden. The Blight is coming. We need the Grey Wardens.
Traitors! Which... A man... In a... Will you face me yourself, or have you a...
This should be easy. Right. On it. A little frantic, huh? I can see why. Stay still! All you've got? As you wish.
I was wrong.
Wait. The Terran is a warrior and general of renown. Let him be of you. You'd see...
The joining itself is often...
Absolutely not. Riordan, this man abandoned our brothers and then blamed us. Joining the Wardens is an honor, not a punishment. Name him a Warden and you cheapen us all. I will not stand next to him as a brother. I want... Logan,
Listen to this. Can you see how disastrous a king he'd be? Putting his own selfish desires above the needs of his... You'd throw away a very fortunate alliance for petty revenge? Perhaps?
You're siding with her? How could you do this to me? You, of all people. What is wrong with you? I thought we were friends. Now you're siding with a man who killed Duncan. Isn't it? I don't know. I'm not sure I Guess I don't have any choice, do I?
I'm afraid it's not so simple as that, Alistair.
You already got what you wanted. Your murdering father gets a place amongst the Grey Wardens. What else?
Your life, unfortunately. So long as you live, rebellions can be raised in your name. Our land cannot endure another civil war. I must call for your execution. This is what you would ask? Alistair, you may leave on condition that you swear before...
That's what it'll take, huh? Fine. I don't want anything to do with it. Time for me to go. Good luck. You'll need it if he actually survives the joining. You heard Honora. Have...
And now, lords and ladies of Ferelden, we gather your forces and await the Warden's command. On the morrow, we shall begin our struggle against the greatest threat Ferelden.
That's not what I wanted. Oh.
we go any... I appreciate that you brought me to see my sister. And that you... Well, that you're a true friend. I just wanted to tell you that. That we are. Well, now that that's out, ask away. Of course. Ask away. Of course.
Your wish?
I know that look. You have something on your mind, don't you?
Come to talk to old Ogren, have you? Don't know why. I don't know. I just keep thinking about all that slag with Bronca. I always said I was this way because she left, but I think maybe she left because of how I am. I've tried 27 new kinds of ale, and learned I'm just the right height to give a human girl a good time. That doesn't make me a good man. Enough wallowing in my own filth. Did you want to talk about something? Aye.
What is your wish, Kadan?
I have a question for it, if it will. It chose to side with Caradon and destroy the Anvil of the Void. I agree with its decision, and yet the Paragon Branca was the reason it ventured into the Deep Roads. Why did it choose to defy her? It could not have known for certain that Caradon would be able to assist it with the dwarves. That was quite the risk. I am pleased that it worked. At any rate, I wanted to thank it. It gave Caradon the end he wanted, and I'm pleased to have been a part of it. I will have to think on Caradon's words to me. It was a great deal to absorb, but for...
What comes, my friend? We are in camp, so 'tis as good a time as any.
Yes.
It is a pleasure to see you. Or perhaps you tire of the smells of the city and would buy my Orlesian oils?
Well, have you... He had? Is this it then? Done. So, that will... I imagine you have much to do. Is there anything else you needed from me? I have spoken with Alistair. Perhaps this mad betrothal won't be quite the curse it first seemed.
Ah, I've been hearing of a great commotion in the alienage. What exactly happened there? May we...
Oh, it wouldn't even let me remove Alistair.
Indeed.
Indeed.
How much Ferelden blood does Orlys... So, one of Kaelin's killers would dare speak of betrayal. You... What? There is... Damn it. Despite what you may think, Warden, I have done my...
Indeed.
Do not think the Chantry will overlook this, Terran Loghain.
Lords and ladies of I would have already been killed, if not for this.
Wait.
I stand with the Warden. The Blight is coming. We need the Grey Wardens.
Traitors! Which of you... A man? Will you face me yourself, or have you a champion?
This should be easy enough. Right. Time for some fun. Here we go. Let's get started. I do not fear death.
I was wrong. There's a strength in you that I have not seen anywhere since Marek died. I yield.
Is it now that I choose it or later?
Wait, there is another option. The Terran is a warrior and general of renown. Let him be of use. Let him go through the joining. There are too few of us. It's not a matter of what we like, it's a matter of what we must do. We aren't judges. Kinslayers, blood mages, traitors, rebels, Carter thugs, common bandits. Anyone with the skill and the mettle to take up the sword against the Darkspawn is welcome among us. There are 3 of us in all of Ferelden, and there are compelling reasons to have as many wardens on hand as possible to deal with the Archdemon.
The joining itself is often fatal.
Absolutely not. Riordan, this man abandoned our brothers and then blamed us for the deed. He hunted us down like animals. He tortured you. How can we simply forget that?
You can't do this. My father may have been wrong, but he is still a hero to the people.
Honora.
Stop treating me like a child. This is serious.
Daughters never grow up, Honora. They remain 6 years old with pigtails and skinned knees forever.
Father.
Just make it quick, Warden. I can face the Maker knowing that Ferelden is in your hands.
So it is decided. Alistair will take his father's throne.
Wait, what? No. When did this get decided?
So much for our plan to rule together. If Alistair would rather not have the throne...
I hardly think you're the appropriate person to mediate this, Honora. Warden, will you help us?
Strange. I feel like I'm back at the Abbey, trying not to get chosen last for the sparring teams.
This wasn't exactly my first choice when we got to Denerim, but I know what we're up against. I know what's at stake. Honora's got experience handling nobles and foreign dignitaries, but I do know a few things about fighting Darkspawn. If that's the price of ending the Blight, it's my duty as a Grey Warden.
Certainly. I have never had the smallest doubt. Surely that's not a I have been the ruler of this nation in all but name for the last 5 years. I can lead for If you give him the crown, then you've only brought us a brief pause in the civil war. It will resume again at the first opportunity, and it won't end until a new dynasty holds power. And he'll need it. He can't hold the throne on his own, and every soul here knows it. Opportunists will forever be watching him, waiting to grab power.
Strange. I feel like I'm back at the Abbey, trying not to get chosen last for the sparring teams.
Are there people who are ready for that sort of thing? But I guess if it comes down to it, I'll do my best. Oh, I think my stomach just twisted up in a knot or something.
As the arbiter of this dispute, what is your decision? Who will lead for Eldon?
We do. I believe this is what King Merrick wanted. To see his blood tied to my father's to begin a new line of Ferelden kings.
But I mean, I did swear an oath. What I mean is, I'm all for founding a new...
What the king...
yeah.
Until then.
My fellow Grey Warden will, I hope, take Loghain's place as the leader of my armies. Shall we finish this thing together? Everyone!
Ferelden is depending on you all.
Whew. That was a headache.
You made me king. After all this is over with, they're actually going to put me on the throne. I'm going to be the king. Speechless. I'm furious. How could... I've done nothing but regret my blood since the day I was born. I don't want this. I never wanted this. I hate the... I thought we were friends. You knew how I felt about this, yet you went ahead and did it anyway. Why? Yes, well, no. She would have executed me, so... I've just never thought of myself as a leader. I'm going to make a terrible king, you have to know that. How can I make decisions that are going to affect the lives of everyone in the kingdom? I guess I don't really have a choice in this now, do I? I'll do my best, of course, and I expect that you'll be there to help me, right? Good. Arleman has left for Redcliffe. He says the army has gathered there and is almost ready to march. As soon as we're ready, we should head to Redcliffe ourselves. The Blight awaits, right?
right here, old pal. Aye.
Yes.
Indeed.
I'm here to atone. I did you bad without... It can't end like that. Those noble ponces won't have the last laugh. You game for one last heist? No bloody trap this time. I'd stake my life on it, and... We're stealing the tears. You care about the history? Don't know how much of a chantry-going folk you are. There aren't many things as holy as the... Legend has it, before the Maker spoke to Andraste, she despaired at the fate of her fellows. Her husband, Mafarath, before he became a right bastard, would come to console her. She would tell him of her despair, and she'd always shed a single tear. Every night, he captured each tear in a vial. A full 30 nights that went on. Mafarath was worried sick. On the 30th night, the vial was full, and when dawn came, that's when Andraste saw her first vision of the Maker. Some of that story isn't in the Chant of Light, but it's been passed on for ages. Everyone agrees that the tears are a holy relic. Ban Frandarel's father secretly acquired the genuine tears of Andraste, and his son still has them locked up tight. The same Frandar. So I propose you go to his real vault and rob him. Afterwards, I'll see that the tears of Andraste are given to the Chantry. We've tried under, now we can give over a go. The rooftops are dense enough that you can jump to the top of the estate. Then you can go in through the chimney. Head towards the vault area from the last job. That's all. I'll be...
Trap! Trap! Trap!
started.
Trap!
Warden senses tingling. You forced our hand! On it. Right, let's get started. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. I said something to our Mia. As you wish. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. Task complete. On to the next. Finished. It is done. Done and done. Trap! Warden senses tingling. Right. As you wish. Right. Let's get started. That wasn't so bad. Trap!
Beware.
As you wish. This should be easy.
On your guard!
On it. Stay still!
Why are we always attracting danger?
Okay, done with you now.
Done and done. As you wish. This should be easy. finished. On it. Let's get started. No mercy! I need healing! Right. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Let's get started. It is done. All right, back on business. As you wish. Let's get started. I never liked this part. Right. Trap! 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 On it. Trap! This should be easy enough. Trap! This should be easy enough. Task complete. On to the next. It is done. Danger approaching.
You did it. Tomorrow, everyone will be talking about this. Can I have the tears? I've arranged an anonymous delivery to the Chantry. I suppose you could drop it off in the charity box. I considered that, but I didn't want anything to trace the crime back to us. But you have a more legitimate reason to be there than I. After everything I know I'm a criminal, but I fight the bastards that oppress my people. Trust me, the Chantry will get it. It will. It's been an honor. I wonder if history will ever know the full story of what... Good luck. Good luck in Franderel's estate, Warden. This is the big one.
I know that look. You have something...
Good luck in Franderel's estate, Warden. This is the big one.
All men are the work of our nature.
The deep dark before dawn's first light seems
The writing on this bottle
Bring ham without provocation. The one who repents.
Boasts. It's boasts, sister, not roasts.
She shall know the peas of the Maker's benediction. The light shall lead her safely through the paths of this world and into the next.
Peace, sister, peace. She shall know the peace of the Maker's benediction.
The veil holds no uncertainty for her, and she will know no fear of death, for the Maker shall be her...
There's no veal in the chant. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
Me too. I wonder why nobody ever taught me her version of the chant when I was a Templar.
Oh. Hello, dear. Can we help you?
What she means is, in Andraste's name, be welcome.
Stop correcting me! What would Andraste do? That's what you should be concerned with, I say. Andraste was no fuss budget. Praying for the good people of Denerim who've lost loved ones at Ostagar. It's usual to recite a stanza from Transfigurations when you pray for the departed.
It's usual to recite the stanza correctly.
But that's what I said. Tell you about the chant? What? As if it's a cake you might buy? Well, it's done enough, but a little too much nutmeg for my taste.
Sister, instructing the ignorant is a sacred duty of the chantry.
Fine, then. What do you want to know? It's the 10th stanza from the Transfigurations. Lovely cantic. Oh, you should have heard Brother Caedmon sing it, though. Yes and no.
The official version of the chant does not speak of the elves. Some of the dissonant verses, however, do mention the disciple Shartan. Of course. The official chant of light is written in Tevinter. Some ideas are lost in the process of translation, and words take on unintended meanings. There's a dreadful pun in the Orlesian version in the Canticle of Threnodies, and languages are always changing. The chant must adapt if it is to be understood by the people hearing it. The chant has changed over time. Some of the verses that were sung in the past were taken out. The Canticles of Shartan was stricken from the chant in the Glory Age. They are no longer sung, though scholars still sometimes read them. He was an elven disciple of the Prophet, a former slave like Andraste herself. He rallied. He was given to the flames alongside Our Lady. Divine Renata had the verses removed during the Exalted March on the Dales.
Oh, there are some very stirring canticles.
Darkspawn were created by mankind's second sin. Arrogance became a great caged beast in the lands of Tevinter. To satisfy its hunger, the mage lords assaulted the...
What?
Sister, would you kindly stop messing up the chant?
See how you like being interrupted.
Well, you get the general idea, I'm sure.
Now, where's the fun in belonging to the chantry if you can't proselytize to the heathens a bit?
Blessings of the Maker and of Andraste, his bride, upon you.
It's hard to believe we have a king again. I suppose the ancestors figured the idea.
Have you seen my lunch? It's a piece of lichen bread with... I'm only asking because you never know who's going to get hungry. Right. Best in the trade, you know. I've worked the ore myself. I'm only asking because... Right.
News of the hour. Supporters of disgraced Lord Balin.
I will not forget who won me this throne.
What would you like?
Of course.
I will not forget who won me this throne.
News of the hour. Aromont is king. What more need be said?
Ah, I heard rumors that Redcliffe was once again open for business, but my word, isn't this amazing? The Earl has kindly offered my son and I lodgings in exchange for supplies. I'm happy to help him. And you too, of course. If you have need of my wares, I'm sure... If there's anything...
My mic died again.
Enchantment? En...
If there's anything I can do, I'm sure.
Enchantment? En...
Yes.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Darkspawn. They just crop up everywhere.
It's you. The Grey Warden! Andraste's mercy that you got here when you did. I thought for sure these monsters were going to get me. In the castle, I think. The Arl ordered everyone in the village evacuated there this morning, just before the Darkspawn arrived. I thought I could make it to my home and back before they got here, but it took me too long to get down here. What a relief you arrived. I didn't see anything that I'm going to get out of here before any more of those things arrive.
Dark Sun, destroy the fiends. On it. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. Darkspawn. Destroy the fiend. On your guard! This should be easy enough. Right.
My lady, you're here. Thank goodness. I don't rightly know. Riordan of the Grey Wardens arrived this morning, just ahead of the Darkspawn. I was told he has urgent news and to send out patrols to watch for your arrival. Then we were attacked. I should take you to the hall right away, my lady.
It's a relief to see you unharmed. And you as well, Alistair. Or should I say your majesty?
No, I wouldn't say that. Not yet, anyway.
The Darkspawn that attacked Redcliffe were relatively few in number, I'm afraid. It was assumed the Horde was marching in this direction, but that is not true.
Riordan tells us that the bulk of the Horde is in fact heading towards Denerim. They are perhaps 2 days away from the capital.
What? Are we sure about that? I mean, if that's true...
I ventured close enough to listen in, as it were. I am quite certain.
Word has been sent, but they need more than warning. They need our armies.
There is, I'm afraid, one other piece of news that is of even greater concern. The Archdemon has shown itself. The dragon is at the head of the Horde.
Make her preserve us.
But we can't reach Denerim within 2 days, can we? It's too far.
We must begin a forced march to the capital immediately with what we have. Denerim must be defended at all costs.
And only the Grey Wardens can defeat the Archdemon. That is why we must go.
Then we march, and hope the army we've collected here gives us the chance we need. Al-Eamon, how long before the army can set out?
By daybreak.
Then let's get them ready. I won't let all those people die without giving them a chance.
I will give the orders at once, and will notify you the moment we are ready to march.
That would be it.
Then if you and Alistair could meet me before you retire, we have Grey Warden business.
I will have someone show you to your rooms. I suggest you all get some rest.
And what word have we from Orzammar? Has House Claret sent their men, or haven't they?
They're stalling, which is as good as a no. House Claret's feud with House Romald has flared up again since their son died in that Deep Roads business. So naturally they're pleading the need for self-defense.
Fine time to start with that nonsense again. I've half a mind to... Evening to you, Grey Warden. Didn't realize you were still up and about. Nothing that can be dealt with now, I'm afraid. Just one of the houses being thicker than the stone that made them.
Once all of this blight business is done, there will be a reckoning in the assembly.
They're probably half hoping we'll all wind up dead. That way they'll have one of the strongest forces left in Orzammar.
Enough to face the Darkspawn all on their own, I suppose? That's exactly the kind of half-arsed thinking that got us into the mess after Endron passed.
It was our good fortune that you decided to go to Orzammar when you did, Grey Warden. For all that a surfacer needed our help, I expect we needed yours more. Resting? Who can rest after the march we had just getting here? You tall races have it so easy.
That and we're kept up thinking about the coming battle.
Are things truly that desperate? Do we stand a chance of losing? I hope you're right. Under the open sky is a terrible place to consider dying, that's for sure.
Right. Off to camp with both of you, and keep the drunkenness to a minimum. We have a long way to go yet. Pleasant evening to you, Grey Warden, and good...
Marrying Alistair to Honora would not have been my first choice. Still, it does keep the Theron bloodline, so I suppose I owe you thanks, Warden. All of Ferelden does. We have sent messengers to Orlais. With any luck, the Emperor... I think it entirely possible, however, that she has written Ferelden off as a lost cause already, and will seek to defend her empire first. Perhaps the Grey Wardens of Orlais will be able to march and reach us in time. We should not rely on their arrival. He insists on going. How can I say no? I am uneasy with the danger he put... But Alistair knows his duty. He will do what is best. Right now, he believes that is a...
I am listening. It has already vanquished one of its enemies. Truly, I would have expected that the traitor would have defeated it. Perhaps it would have been put in prison, or drawn and quartered. I was curious to find out which. It might have been interesting. I am certain that more... A conjecture on my part, of course, but I'm certain it understands. Does it wish me to leave? I can, though I see no reason to go. No doubt. Without me, it would have to carry its inventory on its own. Perhaps we should continue. Its chances of...
What is your wish, Kadan? I am hardly surprised. Very well. As...
What's on your mind?
Your wish?
Something you need? I'm sure either my boy or I... Of course.
Goodbye.
Right here, old pal.
I know that look. You have something on your mind, don't you?
Done and done. Done.
What comes, my friend? So, full of questions, are you? What comes, my friend? We are hardly alone, so privacy is not an option. It is your question, however. Ask what you will.
There you are. There you are. Let's go see what
You're both here. Good. You're new to the Grey Wardens, and you may not have been told how an archdemon is slain. I need to know if that is so.
You mean there's more to it than just, say, chopping off its head?
So it is true. Duncan had not yet told you. I had simply assumed. Tell me, have you ever wondered why the Grey Wardens are needed to defeat the Darkspawn? That is exactly what it involves. The Archdemon may be slain, as any other Darkspawn, but should any other than a Grey Warden do the slaying, it will not be enough. The essence of the beast will pass through the taint to the nearest Darkspawn and will be reborn anew in that body. The dragon is thus all but immortal. But if the Archdemon is slain by a Grey Warden, its essence travels into the Grey Warden instead. The Darkspawn is an empty, soulless vessel, but a Grey Warden is not. The essence of the Archdemon is destroyed, and so is the Grey Warden.
Meaning the Grey Warden who kills the Archdemon dies?
Yes. Without the Archdemon, the Blight ends. It is the only way. As far as we know, the transfer of the Archdemon's essence is automatic. If one of us is not present when the killing blow is made, it is all for nothing. There is no other way. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. In Blight's past, when the time came, the eldest of the Grey Wardens would decide which amongst them would take that final blow. If possible, the final blow should be mine to make. I am the eldest, and the taint will not spare me much longer. But if I fail, the deed falls on you. The Blight must be stopped now, or it will destroy all of Ferelden before the rest of the Grey Wardens can assemble. Remember that. But enough. There will be much to do tomorrow, and little enough time to rest before it. I will let you return to your rooms.
I will see you once the army is ready to march, then. I guess this ends soon. One way or another.
That it does, my friend. That it does. You should get some sleep before morning.
Do not be alarmed. It is only I. I am well. 'Tis you who are in danger. I have a plan, you see. A way out. The loop in your hole. I know what happens when the Archdemon dies. I know a Grey Warden must be sacrificed, and that sacrifice could be you. I have come to tell you that this does not need to be. I offer a way out. A way out for all the Grey Wardens, that there need be no sacrifice. A ritual, performed on the eve of battle, in the dark of night. It is old magic, from a time before the Circle of Magi was created. Some would call it blood magic, but I think that means little to one like you. From Flemeth, of course. I have known about it for some time. I did. Would you have believed me if I had been the one to tell you? I have my doubts. What I propose is this. Convince Alistair to lay with me, here tonight. And from this ritual, a child shall be conceived within me. The child will bear the taint, and when the archdemon is slain, its essence will seek the child like a beacon. At this early stage, the child can absorb that essence and not perish. The archdemon is still destroyed with no Grey Warden dying in the process. Not at all. It will become something different. A child born with the soul of an old god. After this is done, you allow me to walk away, and you do not follow. Ever. The child will be mine to raise as I wish. This is what my mother intended when she sent me with you. She was the one who first gave me this ritual and told me of what I was meant to do. This does not surprise you, does it? Did you not wonder why Flemeth saved your life? Why she aided you? This is why. What is important is that I am offering this to you now. It will work, and it will save your life. As you wish. Allow me to say that what I seek is the essence of the old god that once was, and not the dark forces that corrupted it. Some things are worth preserving in this world. Make of that what you will. I do not wish to tell you. Ignoring that after but one night it could barely be called a child, no, it will not be hurt. It will be changed. Then you have decided? Even if I thought Riordan could be convinced, he is unsuitable. I need one who has not been tainted for long. It must be him, and it must be tonight. You will advise him to do so, and because he trusts you more than he would ever trust me, he will comply. Consider the alternative. If Riordan fails, do you think Alistair will hesitate? The future king of Ferelden? He will die the hero, and you will be overshadowed. Just a Grey Warden who accompanied the king. I think you have many good reasons to tell him to save his own life. I think you should consider them carefully. A wise decision. I shall wait here then while you go and speak with Alistair. I urge you to be convincing.
I see you can't sleep either. I also saw Morrigan outside your room earlier, and the look she gave me. Oh, that was icy even for her. Is something up? This is what I get for becoming king. Everyone always brings you the bad news. So what is it then? Rats running amok? Cheese supplies run low? I can take it. You mean with the archdemon, right? If you mean running away, I can't do that, but you don't mean that, do you? What is this about? Cute. This is payback, right, for all the jokes? But you're not joking. You're actually serious? Wow. Be killed by the Archdemon or sleep with Morrigan. How does someone make that kind of choice? You're not actually asking me this, are you? What kind of ritual is this, anyway? What? I must be hearing things, but are you telling me to impregnate Morrigan is some kind of magical sex rite? This child, why would Morrigan want such a thing? Does she want an heir to the throne? Oh, well, that's so much... Here I was, worried about creating another bastard heir, and I didn't even consider that it might also be some dragon... Look, even if I was willing to do this, and I'm not saying I am, do you really think this is a good idea? You're my friend, but we're talking about Morrigan. Trust you, Very well. I do trust you. Oh, where is she? Let's go and get this over with before I change my mind. Great. So this isn't a dream.
What is it to be, then? Has a decision been reached?
Wait. I want to ask about this
Interesting. Honesty wouldn't have been my first choice.
I just want to be sure that you're not going to use this against Ferelden.
Of that, you have my word.
Oh, why don't I feel any better?
Let us go somewhere more private, Alistair, and believe me when I say you will not hate this quite so much as you believe.
Had to avoid that demonetization.
We have gathered all the forces we can. The Darkspawn Horde is sure to reach the capital before us. And so we must race to Denerim as quickly as we can. The lives of many thousands hang in the balance. We must not forsake them. You have gathered an army to replace the one lost at Ostagar, Grey Warden. Let us pray that it will be enough.
Before us stands the might of the Darkspawn Horde. Gaze upon them now, but fear them not. The woman you see beside me is an elf, raised to the ranks of the Grey Wardens. And never a more glorious Grey Warden has there been. She has survived despite the odds, and without her none of us would be here. Today, we saved Denerim. Today, we avenge the death of my brother, King Kaelan. But most of all, today, we show the Grey Wardens that we remember and honor their sacrifice. For Ferelden, for the Grey Wardens!
Darkspawn, destroy the fiend. Let's get started, as you wish. This should be easy. On it. This should be easy. Let's get started. Another. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. Right. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right, on it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. I got it! Oh, you are destroy the fiend. Right, let's get started. Is it just me or do you accidentally give it a chance? This should be easy enough.
You've managed to fight your way to the gates. We're doing better than I hoped.
That will change quickly.
Bloody nug runners. We're outnumbered 3 to 1.
What are we to do now, Riordan? You have a plan, I assume?
The army will not last long, so we need to move quickly to reach the Archdemon. I suggest taking Alistair and no more than 2 others with you into the city. Anyone you don't bring with you can remain here to prevent more Darkspawn from entering Denerim on our tails. A large group is only going to draw attention, and I think we're going to need to reach a high point in the city. I'm thinking the top of Fort Draken might work.
The top of... You want to draw...
We have little choice, though I warn you that as soon as we engage the beast, it will call all its generals to help. I can sense 2 generals in Denerim. You may wish to seek them out before going to Fort Draken.
I am sure that if we did slay those generals, it would stop the Darkspawn in the city from doing a lot of harm.
It may also waste resources trying to find them. The decision is up to you. Neither of them are near Fort Draken currently, but there are too many Darkspawn here to... There are already several units of our allies within the city by now. They may be able to come to your assistance if you call them. But now.
Yes.
Indeed.
Indeed.
Fair enough. Anyone else will need to remain here and assist in keeping more Darkspawn from coming in the gates behind us. Who will lead them?
Fine. Let's just move into the blasted...
Good. That should be... Nothing you have done has prepared you for what you face now.
So this is it then. All that we've been through has led up to this. Whatever happens now, to either of us, know that I am proud. Farewell.
So, this is it. Honor? Nobody's looked at me and seen honor in a long time, Warden. You took in a drunken disgrace of an Orzammar warrior. You helped me find the one woman in the sodding world who might put up with me. And you helped me get past Bronca so I could have someone new. I owe you a lot, Warden. I consider it a fine honor to die for you and your cause. We might, and we might not, let the stone turn red from the blood of heroes. Today, I will be...
So the Archdemon is next, is it? Part of me is glad that it has decided to leave me here at the gate. I would almost say that I feel concern for something other than myself, even maybe for a soft, squishy companion. But that would be silly, wouldn't it? About me, I am not the one going up against him. And, do try not to get swallowed whole. If the beast were to fly about afterwards and poop it out, irony would dictate that it would land on me. I couldn't take it. Well then, I suppose this is it.
Are you ready? We have reached the battlefield at last. Shock asked, "What is the Blight?" I stand here looking into its eyes, and still I have no answer for him. You have carried us this far.
So this is it? This is the end? We've come so far. It's strange knowing that all our fate... We stand on the precipice before the greatest battle of our age. I wonder if the heroes of old ever felt like this. I am not afraid. We go to fight for a good cause, and there is nowhere else I would rather be. You are a dear, dear friend, and I will stand with you, to whatever end. This day, we will forge a legend of our own.
Heading off to slay dragons without me, hmm? Fine, fine. Say hello to the Archdemon for me. He never writes anymore, it's rather distressing. And do watch your back. No getting eaten, unless you think it's really important, of course.
So we head into the city together, as it should be. Once this is done, no matter how it turns out, I will be gone. You are aware of this, yes? I do not think that would be wise. Allow me to say only one thing before we go. I knew nothing of friendship before we met. And I will always consider you such. Live well, my friend. Live gloriously. Now, let us see this finally done. The Archdemon awaits.
Before we head after the Archdemon, I want to say something. I know Morrigan's... what she did is supposed to save us, but who knows if she can be trusted? Or if we'll even survive long enough to take that final blow. So I just want you to know that it's been an honor fighting by your side. Let's find this archdemon then, and kick its ass.
I hope most of the people were able to flee on ships before the Horde got here.
Kill those godless bastards! We're counting on you, Warden!
Make her watch over you! Even more dark.
On it. Here we go!
This should be easy enough.
On it. This should be easy enough. Let's get started.
Oh no, you don't!
As you wish. Let's get started. Let's get started. Got it coming!
Right.
You! It's you! The Maker sure gave you the gift. There's a large group of Darkspawn approaching and the gates won't hold. We need your help. Do you want to come with us? We could try. Run! All of you!
should be on it. Right.
You saved many lives here. Please, take... We have to go.
Hmm.
Beware! A large group of Darkspawn have broken away from the battle. They're charging this way. They'll be here any minute.
Shall I send word that the gates are secured? Right away.
I see them. Darkspawn. Show me what you got. That's fighting one side.
Trap! Cursed creatures! Trap! Let's get started. This should be
I see them. Destroy the beast. Right.
Trap!
Let's get started. Right, this should be easy. On it. Let's get started.
Okay, going now.
Enchantment? Enchantment! Enchantment?
It is done. That wasn't so bad.
Darkspawn, straight ahead.
On it. Darkspawn, destroy the people. Let's get started. Here we go! Let's get started. This should be easy. Right, let's get started. On it. Right, on it. Time for a little cleanup. Darkspawn approach. Watch for their blood. Right. Here we go! Task complete. On to the next. Done and done. That wasn't so bad. Finished. a little cleanup.
And then, it was over. With the Archdemon dead, the Darkspawn horde quickly crumbled. Most fled back into the deep roads. They would remain a threat in the years to come, but the Blight had been ended before it had truly begun. Ferelden had been saved, and the entire kingdom rose up to joyously greet its new king and queen. Grey Warden stood redeemed, and a new age had begun. But at what cost?
My friends, we are gathered to celebrate those responsible for our victory. Of those who stood against the Darkspawn siege of Denerim, there is one in particular who deserves commendation. The one who led the final charge against the Archdemon remains with us still. An inspiration to all she saved that day. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the hero of Ferelden, the first Grey Warden to defeat the Blight since Garahel 4 centuries ago. My friend, it is hard to imagine how you could have aided Ferelden more. I think it only appropriate that I return the favor. Is there any boon that you might request of Ferelden's king? If it is within my power, I will grant it. I think that can be accomplished. The hinterlands to the north of the Korkari Wilds, including Ostagar, are hereby granted to the Dalish elves. It's rugged land, and there will be much for us to work out, but let's hope this is just the first step in our people working together. Let it also be known that the Arling of Amaranthine, once the land of Arl Howe, is now granted to the Grey Wardens. There they can rebuild, following the example of those who went before them. What are your plans? Will you remain with the Grey Wardens? Well, I hope you'll stay here in court while you decide. Your skills are sorely needed. There's a group of Ferelden citizens waiting outside to get a look at their hero. I suggest you make at least a brief appearance before they storm the gate. Just tell the guard at the door when you're ready. So, we made it. I'm impressed, aren't you? The odds were completely against one of us actually getting to the Archdemon. But of course you would make it. I knew you would. I guess Morrigan was telling the truth after all. About the ritual. The rest of the Grey Wardens haven't arrived yet from Morlaix. But they've already sent questions. What should I tell them? Yes, all you need is a Maleficar willing to have your demon baby. Who knew? No, I suppose I'll just keep that to myself. I can shrug and look stupid. It's a talent. Speaking of Morrigan, do you know where she went? I'm told she vanished right after the battle. No goodbyes or anything. I thought you were sticking around. It's up to you, I suppose. I don't imagine she'll be easy to find if she doesn't want to be. At any rate, I can see Arleman giving me that look. More king stuff, I suppose. It can never wait. And if I don't get the chance some other time, thanks. For everything. I know, but I'm king now. And that means things will change. I guess we'll see. I'll let you get to your adoring public. They want to see the hero of Ferelden, and who am I to keep them waiting?